Good morning.
Good morning.
And you are recording if you didn't know that.
Okay, and you're floating in flowers.
Whee!
Oh my goodness. All right.
That's okay. I'm going to try and change. I'm going to try and change some stuff. So.
I think I have everything down, but I may need a quick break to exercise my lungs.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Let's see how this goes. If you could just make sure we take attendance and then monitor the chat room, that would be great.
Yeah, that's what I figured I would do.
And I've got everything else up on my screen. And I've got our instructions. So I'm gonna, when we open things up, I'm gonna start just off a little bit, just kind of reading some of the instructions from Catherine.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
All right. And then Santa said that Tim is going to be helping her, so she's going to send you an invoice.
What was that about, Santa?
Tim is going to be helping her, so she will be sending an invoice.
Okay.
And do we admit people in waiting rooms in this one? Do we know?
I think so. I don't know. Well, actually, did you have to admit me, or did I just come in?
Oh, I think I admitted you. So there's our answer.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to adjust the lighting over here 1 second. So obviously Catherine is out of surgery and she's doing okay. She's just in a little bit of pain. But she should be home tonight.
Okay.
Today. There we go. Just getting my background there. Okay. Whatever.
I finally got it. I'm learning so much about technology. Sometimes it's like, holy crap, what am I doing?
Now you're a ghost on the on the screen.
Well, that's just crazy. Hold on. I'm messing with stuff. Nobody's here, so.
Yep, no, you're good.
Well, that's just crazy because that's not what that picture looked like.
I see a floating penguin head and a floating Ellen head.
Well, that's not gonna work.
I don't know if I like mine either. It's too white. Hold on. Let's see. There we
There
go.
you go. On the beach.
I can't decide if that one's too distracting. No, I don't like that one either. There's this one, but it's too white.
Yeah.
I'm in the jungle. All right, I'm going to do the beach. We're going to be at the beach. Where I wish I was anyway.
Yeah, really. I moved all of my documents over to my computer into my yeah, what am I trying to say, Carrie?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either.
OneDrive?
No, I moved it into my email. So I have it in my email so I can get to it right on my computer.
There we go. That's what I did. That's why I emailed myself, just so I would have it, because I'm not on VPN.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the whole thing is, you know, we can't be on VPN or it shows you nothing in,
Right.
you know, you don't have audio, you don't have video, it shows a blank office and people are probably wondering, what the heck?
Look at, on mine, I have a green screen, and so it blends my background with the other background.
Oh.
That's so cool. Woo, like jungle bitch. Wait.
Yeah, I have the green screen too, so.
Hilarious.
I'm still playing with stuff here.
Yeah, I am too.
Stop that. That's not what I wanted.
I'll just
As we're being recorded on what we're doing with our screens.
We can cut that out, I'm sure. All right, so we've got people waiting, so I am going to start letting them in.
Okay, and then I'm gonna keep playing with what I want to play with here.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. How is everyone doing this fine Saturday morning?
Just waking up and getting coffee.
Yep, I hear you on that.
Sorry, my mute was on.
That's right. Hi, Gary. I'm Carrie Horn. I don't think we've met. I'm the executive director for the Governor's Council.
You're the big boss.
Yeah, not really.
Hi, Gary. We've met.
So I'm going to have the ability to do the video.
Yes.
And I'm on at 8 o'clock. Ron and his granddaughter, Alison, who are members. And Ron, ironically, is a member of the Lions Club. And to have somebody from another service club talk about how this program is, that in itself is rewarding.
Very nice. Yes, that's what collaborative efforts are all about.
So if anybody wants to join the Action Club Zoom meeting on Monday, we had one 2 weeks ago. I couldn't keep them quiet. They were so happy to see everybody. let me
Nice.
know, and I'm going to re-show them because they love seeing themselves, as you know, and I'm going to show them the video again, so it may be redundant, but it's there if anybody wants to join it.
Okay, great. And then just don't forget, we do have somebody who is blind on in our Partners in Policymaking class. So if we can just kind of maybe do some just
I
a
will
little
try
bit
to
of visual
describe
script.
the video the best I can. It is 10 minutes
Perfect.
long, and I can't, each scene is going to be something different, but what I can at least describe is what they're seeing in the next couple of slides.
Perfect. And then I don't know, like if you can pause the video just real quick and maybe just do a quick thing, or if you want to do an intro in the beginning, however you want to do it.
Yep. Well, I have quite a bit of speech to talk
Ah.
about Action Club. So
Okay, great. All right. Let's see, who else are we?
as
Ellen?
Ellen will tell you, it's quite a interesting club.
It is, and it's there's been a lot of great things coming out of the Action Club. We're very excited.
We've been fortunate to meet Catherine, and I hope everything goes well for her today. Have you heard if she is definitely having her surgery?
She actually had her surgery on Friday, yesterday,
Yeah.
and she's doing well. So she should still at the hospital. She should be home resting by this afternoon, but
Good.
surgery went fine. Everything's doing well.
Because I have elective knee replacement, and they haven't even. I've had 3 cancellations, so we'll see where that goes in the next month.
Yeah, I know. I had an incident, gosh, back in last October, I think, where I bit into a not so soft taco at Taco Bell and I cracked a tooth, and so they had to extract it, and I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for them to get, do the crown. And so at this point I'm like, I'm used to it now. I don't know if I'm going to go through with it.
So are you going to introduce all these other people before you
Yes.
start? Okay.
Yes, we will be introducing everybody, just giving all of us a chance to get on. And I know it's a Saturday morning. And then
How many are you expecting actually on this?
usually about, I think there's 8 or 6 in the class, and then the speakers. So, but we are recording it. So if there are any, if there are any partners, members that can't be on for whatever reason, then they're able to view it afterwards. So. All right. Ellen, do you have we're missing Stacy, I believe, and Twyla.
Right.
And Catherine, not Catherine, our Catherine, a different Catherine.
Okay. Hold on, let me go to my, I got my VPN up too, so hold on one second.
Okay. Yeah, this has been quite a interesting time for all of us, but we've been learning a lot about Zoom and making things accessible and video chatting through all of this. So it's been an interesting learning experience.
Well, we've been having our club Zoom meetings weekly for about the last 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
We've had 2 board meetings, but we still have some of our members that are very hesitant to do it because they don't trust anything. They're the ones that walk outside their house and get hit by a car. But it's like our district. I'm an officer in the California, Hawaii, Nevada district, and it's so much better doing Zoom meetings, or at least in there, than a phone conversation, because you can see people.
Mm-hmm.
They all have unique backgrounds. I don't have mine on today because you wouldn't be able to see the Action Club banner. But
there we go. We like the Action Club. I am actually relegated to my bedroom because my husband and son are doing their Saturday thing out there. So I didn't want y'all to see my bedroom. So I'm at the beach.
Everybody thinks that's Hawaii. It's more South Pacific.
There we go. Well, I'm at the beach.
You got to get further away.
Wherever there's warm breeze and ocean waves, that's where I want to be.
Well, and see, like I said, I've had opportunity to do this so many times, but this is that's our backyard.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And then you got the cattle. I had said Senator Settlemeyer, who's a rancher, so the other day as our guest speaker, so I displayed the cattle for him.
Eh.
Here's our meeting.
There we go.
And then
Very nice.
this is something that you won't normally see, but that's the pier of Hyatt Lake Tahoe and Lone Eagle Grill. There's absolutely nobody up there last weekend.
Wow.
And it was eerie. But then you look at Sand Harbor, and you couldn't put a piece of paper between people. It was unreal how that was.
Really? At Sand Harbor?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Then you got the dogs swimming. So
Wow.
you can have fun with these things. And
Yes, I just haven't had time. I have an NGCDD background, but I have to put it smaller because it's just blown up huge in the back of my head. So
I'm on the beach with you, so I'll buy you a drink.
okay, there you go.
It's
you
late
go.
afternoon.
5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Well, you know, as we do the pledge in the morning too, so I have the flag built in.
Nice.
And even with the Action Club, I built that in, and I'll tell you what, it's trying to get them to all coordinate because all the different Wi-Fi and the signal strengths, it is comical.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, we have some person. Let's see. Michael. We have. Okay, we've got a lot of people this morning.
Ellen, are you in the picture?
No, that's my daughter Alyssa with with the penguin.
Oh, but that's a picture in your background.
Yes.
Are you in the screen? Because
That might.
you may be wearing the
Yes.
same color clothes. Yeah, I can see it fading in and out. You're probably wearing close to the same color clothes, so we can't see you.
Well, I have, they tell you to, do, cover your camera and then put this on because I can't do green screen. And so if I do me, then let's see, where did she go? Hold on.
Ellen has a floating head when she tries to do that.
I have a floating head when I do this. So it's really, so when I put Alyssa in here and manually pick the color of your background. I don't know this. I mean, mine, I don't know what's going on with mine. Mine is, because I don't have all the good, there I am. See,
Yeah.
hey, I can float around. Woo! Or I can do none, and then you get me.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, mine, because I'm just going to be mostly monitoring today. I'm going to just put up a background so that I can, keep a track of the comments and just try and keep everybody up and running around. So.
Well, I'll probably be
So yeah,
leaving
Carrie,
after.
did you get to see the stuff in the chat?
I am seeing everything in the chat. So I just
Okay.
responded. Good morning,
Okay,
everyone
so
that joined.
the only one that we're waiting for right now is, I believe, Stacy. Oh,
Stacy
maybe
just got on.
Well,
that Alari is
yes.
Stacy.
So
Okay, so
I'm gonna-
looks like, oh, I'm sorry, we're waiting for Twyla. She's the only
who's-
other one that hasn't shown up.
who's doing
Yes.
the host?
I am.
So that where you see Michael, that's Ron and Allison, but he's using his son's computer, so you can rename him to Ron and Allison.
Oh my goodness. See, you know more about this than I
Well,
do. How
if
do I
you click on the participant, if you go up to his screen, you'll have a box, and if you drop down the box, it'll say rename.
Oh, there we go.
Alyssa wants to say hi to Allie.
Hi, Alyssa.
Well, somebody
Did
just
you guys-
got out of
Did
bed.
you guys meet in Vegas?
No, they actually go to school together.
Oh,
So, all right, Monkey, gotta go. Bye.
Hi, Alyssa.
bye-bye.
Hi.
Well, okay, Twyla just came on.
So Ron, can you rename yourself?
Here, I'm working on that one here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Even if you put Santis, SANTI''S.
There we go.
As long as you don't call me Gary.
Ellen, I don't know what's going on with your screen, but we're getting a big red dot. There we go.
I know, it's crazy. I don't know what's going on with my screen either. Okay.
Can't get through.
I like to do this floaty thing in there. But it's, believe me, it's driving me nuts. Okay, maybe now I got it. There we go. All right, so Carrie, I'm gonna go to mute, and then when you're ready to start, I'm just gonna keep an eye on the chat.
Okay. I want to make sure I have, looks like I've got Zoom or the share capability. So you have everybody on?
I believe we do. So I'm going to just open it up and have everybody introduce themselves. And then I'm just going to do just kind of a little bit of introductions for Catherine. So welcome everybody. For those that don't know, I am Carrie Horn, the Executive Director of the Council. And then we have Ellen Marquez, who's the Executive Assistant. We are filling in today for Catherine, who had surgery yesterday. We heard from Catherine, she's doing fine, and she should be home today, so she'll just be resting. And she gave us instructions, so we are gonna try and, I've done partners in policymaking classes in person. I've never done one via Zoom, so we will just figure it out as we go along. So I'm going to give just a few minutes for everybody to introduce themselves, and then I'll just do a little bit of Catherine gave me instructions. So Gary, do you want to start?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Gary Dove, and I am a member of the Kiwanis Club of Carson Valley. And our club was chartered here in 1927, and I'm going to give you a presentation on our action club.
Okay. Anybody want to go next?
Yes, I will. I'm Alison Santee. I'm part of the Carson Valley Action Club.
And I'm Ron Santee, her grandfather.
Hello. Good to see you guys again.
You too.
All right, I'm just going to start calling on people. Sarah, do you want to just get on and say hi?
Hi, I'm not going to join video yet because I just rolled out of bed. But my name is, and I can't figure out how to put my picture on here. But my name is Sarah. I have an almost 16-year-old son with disabilities. And I also, as a professional, work in for a contracted provider for Nevada Early Intervention Services for infants and toddlers with disabilities.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. Stacy, do you want to go next? I see you just joined us on video.
Yeah, my name's Stacy. I'm in Partners in Policy again. Anything else?
And Stacy has applied to be on the council, so we're waiting for that to go through, and she's also joined a lot of our other committees, so we're very excited to have her with us.
Congratulations.
All right, Dora, you're up.
Hi, this is Dora L. I'm totally blind and sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath because I'm doing my squats.
Dora, I was just taking a sip of coffee and you almost made me spit my coffee out. You're just
sorry,
like...
no, I just get done with my couple of miles with my dog and I'm in and I'll be settling down. Thank you. I think I TMI, but oh well.
No, cheers to you, Dora, for doing that at Saturday morning at this early. Some of us are just rolling out of bed and getting our first cup of coffee. Okay, Carrie, would you like to go next?
I can be smart enough to use my computer, sure. I'm Carrie. I have 3 kids, my youngest of whom has cerebral palsy and epilepsy. And I've also applied to be a parent representative on the ICC council. Still haven't heard. I'm assuming that the current situation has really slowed down any appointments too. So yes, and thank you guys for being here today.
All right, thank you, Carrie. And Just as an FYI, we the past year we've had issues with trying to get appointments done through state appointed committees. So it's not just you. Don't feel bad. It's kind of, we've had the same thing on the council, and I've heard that from other agencies. So
Yeah, I wasn't taking it personally, Carrie. Thank you so much for clarifying. But I assumed that the wheels turn slowly, so I was fine. But thank you.
yes, they turn slowly and even slower now. So
Correct. Yeah. Thank you.
okay, Allison, would you like to go next, please?
I tried unmuting by hitting my name. That did not work. Hello!
There's Allison.
Very awesome purple lipstick for my birthday tomorrow, and thank you for giving me a place to wear it.
You are welcome.
I'm Alison Greathouse, and I had so many wonderful things to say, but I'm here, and I work in Elko for vocational rehabilitation, and I'm autistic.
Allison, quick question before you go. I know that, because you're with VR, and I know that are you guys doing okay? Are you still here in Nevada, or?
I am actually calling from Taylorsville, Utah. The governor of Nevada decided that voc rehab was non-essential, and so he sent us all home. And so I too am calling from my bedroom, but I had to like put up big calendars because I don't have my big work calendar at home, and my executive functioning deficits were just like not letting me do anything. So I'm working from home, which makes life interesting.
How long is that commute? How long is that commute to Elko for you?
A little over 3 hours. And so what I do is I drive out and stay at one of the RV parks, and then come back to my family in Taylorsville. One of my children is profoundly deaf and autistic and has cerebral palsy, and Nevada doesn't have the services she needs anywhere, let alone in Elko. So I have a wicked commute, but as soon as we're all done with high school, we're hoping to move to the Reno, Carson City area.
Well, bless you for doing it.
Yes. Okay, Kate, would you like to go next?
I can figure out. Oh, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Allison, I love your lipstick. And happy birthday. My name is Kate McLeod, and I am mother of a 3-year-old with autism. And we're kind of new to the whole IEP process and all of that here. So I talked to Carrie, and I was super interested in being that parent representative too. So it's good to know that it's not just us that it's taking forever for. So.
Nope.
But hi, everyone.
All right.
Hi.
Okay, and then Twyla, would you like to introduce yourself? Twyla, are you with us? All right, she may come in and on intermittently. I know she had she was working on some dual things today. So Twyla is an individual with disability, and she also serves as a VISTA for the Neighborhood Network of Northern Nevada, and she's in Reno. So let's see. All right, anybody else that I missed? All right. So I am going to read a little bit of just Catherine's introductions real quick, and then we'll turn it over to Gary. So today, the schedule is from 8 to 9, we have Gary. I know we're cutting a little into your time, Gary. I'll make it quick.
You're fine. We got, keep going.
All right. From 9 to 10, we have discussions from Santa Perez, who is representing People First of Nevada, and she's going to be talking about self-advocacy. She's also a council member and a board member of our national association. And then from 10:15 to 12:15, we have Kimberly Palma Ortega and her son Jonathan and her daughter Karina, and she'll be talking about advocacy. And then to end things off, I will be talking about our upcoming 5-year state plan, any homework, project discussions, and a Zoom meeting that we're having next Friday. So we were supposed to hear from, excuse me, Terry Russell from KOLO, but they are pretty busy right now. So we will be able to reschedule them, and hopefully the class will go pretty quick and easy. If you guys need a break, if you guys need to, go get some food or stretch or whatever, feel free. We're just going to keep going. As you guys know, the sessions are recorded, so if there's anything that you miss, you can come back to it. And let's see, Catherine just said, don't forget to turn in your hours. She's emailed the hour sheets, and she just needs me to remind them. If you've sent them already, it doesn't apply. And let's see. She said that it usually takes her about a week to get everything uploaded, the video recording, so she'll get that uploaded and sent out to those that need it. And she also said students need to continue to work on their online courses and email their certificates. She said she's received only a few, so you just need to make sure you're remaining on track. And then she scheduled one-on-one meetings with everyone this month, and she'll discuss individually with the ones that may be having any issues. So, and before we end the class, I will make sure that I go over the homework for May. All right, so Gary, whoops.
If I may, Carrie, what's going to happen with your department with the future cuts?
Well, one of the good things is we have the DD Act, the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act, that we get a large percentage of our federal funding fund. We're 75% funded from them. And the DD Act, the Congress can't really not fund us without reauthorizing and changing the DD Act. So we may get less money than we've had in the past, but the good news is that we have a lot of great advocates fighting for us. So hopefully we'll be okay. And then the way we do our funding, I won't confuse everybody with budgets, but we flip-flopped on different calendar years. Excuse me. So calendar years, federal fiscal years, state fiscal years, and we always try and stay about a year behind in our federal award, just so that we have about a year's worth of reserve. So if for whatever reason the government shut down tomorrow, we would still be able to, do what we needed to do for a year. So
well, I'm happy to hear that, because I think it's really needed, and I don't want to see anything happen. I got one more favor. Can everybody turn their video on so I can do a screenshot and post it on our Kiwanis Facebook page? And Ron, can you bump into the picture? Everybody there? Okay.
One sec. We had 2 people that got kicked off their internet.
Thank you.
Oh, my closet. Holy.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Hey, it's reality.
I was like, that's diabolical, Gary.
Yeah. What have you got in your closet?
It's important. So on 3, everybody give me a big smile. 1, 2, 3. So it'll be the Kiwanis Club of Carson Valley Facebook page. You'll probably be on later today.
And Carrie, just so that everybody knows, this is Ellen, and I am sitting in the background. Anybody who has any questions that wants to put them up into the chat, I am here to answer your questions. And also, so we don't interrupt our speakers too much, I will let Carrie know that there is a question, and then she can stop, and so that the question can be asked.
Okay, so if we have questions during the thing, just do it in the chat or raise your hand or wave or something, and Ellen will let me know. Okay, Gary, so do you need me to authorize you for screen share?
It looks like it already is, but if you
Okay.
want to just double check. Because I can see my desktop.
Okay, so you should be, I think you should be okay. If not, let me know.
Well, we'll find out as soon as I get to that point.
Okay.
So again, good morning, everybody. I've got several pages of notes I want to read to you. So if I'm not looking directly at the screen at you, just please bear with me. Kiwanis International has been since 1915, and they try to do a lot of things throughout the entire world. But their motto is improving the world one child and one community at a time. And we're about children. But I look at this thing a little differently. I think the community, if we improve our community, I think the community will benefit from that as well. So with me today is one of our guardians who has a family member, and you met them as in the members in the Action Club. And they're going to talk about how the Action Club has affected them. And after the video, you will hear their story. So again, please welcome Alison and her grandfather, Ron. One of Carson Valley's newest service clubs is the Kiwanis Action Club of Carson Valley. The club entered its 4th year last October, and the membership has grown from 7 to 28 members. No other club has had more impact on its members and our community in this short time. They have been recognized by Kiwanis International as a distinguished club each year. And last November, the Action Club was recognized at the Community Recognition Award Gala by the Chamber of Commerce and the Record Courier, our local newspaper, as the Service Club of the Year. That's huge. An Action Club is an official Kiwanis International sponsored service leadership program oriented to adult citizens who live with disabilities and who are interested in service to their communities. They are sponsored by Kiwanis. We're sponsored by the Kiwanis Club of Carson Valley. Action Club is for adults 18 and older living with either physical or developmental disability. The club teaches the members leadership skills, the value of community service, and the importance of being engaged in their community. It's been 6 years since I went to my first Action Club meeting at Lake Tahoe. I came home thinking that our club can sponsor a club. Couldn't be that hard. Boy, was I wrong. It was hard to sell in the beginning. Many Action Clubs are located in day centers, which has a base to start with. Finding members outside a group center wasn't easy, and gaining the trust of the family were even harder. Between the HEPA laws and the requirement of Kiwanis International sponsoring an Action Club, you have to partner with an accredited agency. At the time, I was talking with the Executive Director of Family Support Council, Steve Decker. Steve had a vision that there was a need in the Valley to help provide education, prevention, and intervention services to support growth and development of healthy families. He received a grant from the Dean Seaman Foundation, and a year later, Jesse's Ranch and our partnership was established. We also partner with the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities, which offers self-advocacy programs and funding for club members and their guardians. As I mentioned, there was an Action Club at Lake Tahoe, and there's one in Reno. In our district, which is the states of California, Nevada, and Hawaii, there are 45 active clubs with 1,111 members. And worldwide, there's 463 clubs with 9,450 members. It's actually one of the fastest growing segments of Kiwanis. As most service clubs, the Action Club has elected officers and hold their meetings on the 1st and 3rd Monday of each month at the Douglas County Community Center and Senior Center. Meeting is 1 hour long and starts at 4 o'clock. Action Club members help our annual Kiwanis fundraisers. They have earned money for their club by selling beverages at the town of Minden's 4th of July celebration and through their donation can at their meetings. With support from our Kiwanis Club and private donation, each member receives at no cost to them their Kiwanis International yearly membership is paid. They get an Action Club, I don't know if you can all see that, an Action Club pin. They get, Allison might even be wearing it, but they'll get a lanyard with a badge that they wear. They get a membership card, and they get a handbook. And we quiz them on that handbook. And then they also will get a certificate of membership certificate with their name on it, signed by our club president and the secretary. Also, each member gets a t-shirt, and in the wintertime, we give them a really nice sweatshirt. And the sweatshirt has got, you'll see it a little bit in the video, a big, huge K that's on the back. And you can't help but find the Action Club members when they're out there working in the community. So last October at their installation, they gave $800 to 8 different nonprofit organizations, and they were invited to the Douglas County Library Bookmobile grand opening for their donation 2 years ago. Most recently, they gave $300 to our Kiwanians in Tennessee for the Tornado Relief Fund. And over the years, they have given hundreds of dollars to various Kiwanis districts affected by disastrous events. They have participated in 2 Kiwanis-sponsored fundraisers. The first is Sleeping with the Children Around the World, which purchased bed kits, clothes, and school supplies for children in need. The past 2 years, they have, the second is the Eliminate Project, which is a global campaign eliminating maternal neonatal tetanus that will save or protect millions of mothers and newborns. The last 2 years, they have collected and donated to the Kiwanis International $1,450 for this cause. And they have been recognized with, I don't know if I can show you the banner, but there's patches on there that they got for that contribution. They have volunteered standing in front of Walmart for Project Santa Claus, collecting toys and ringing the bell for Salvation Army's Christmas drive. Many have also helped at the fairgrounds wrapping Christmas gifts. On average, the club collectively provides 110 plus hours of community service monthly. Through the years, they have made Christmas and Valentine cards for homebound seniors that were delivered by Meals on Wheels. They have helped clean in Genoa Mormon State Park for Kiwanis One Day. And they love that one because I take them for pizza, and they just absolutely, that's the best part of their day. They have painted 30 clay flower pots, and at a later meeting, along with Carson Valley Medical Center staff who volunteered their time helping the members fill with flowers. The following day, they were donated to the residents living at Brookdale Senior Living Facility. They're a fun club. They love to laugh at themselves and at me more. So I'm going to show the video. Is anybody has any questions now, or I can do it after, but after the video, we will have Ron and Alison again talk to it. And Dora, I understand you're not visibly, but visual impaired. So I will try to describe the video that we're seeing to you the best I can. And if that, is everybody ready to go? The video is about 10 minutes long. This video is accumulation of every year in October. We have our district judge, Todd Young, who is so supportive of this group, and many of the members' families go through him to get guardianship. But he does all the installation of officers, and to be an officer in the club, they actually have to get their name nominated. They have to accept the nomination, and then at a future meeting, they have to give a speech on why they can be either the treasurer, the vice secretary, vice president, and vice president moves on to being president. So every one of them, they have to give at least one speech why they want to be that. And so you'll see their installation with Judge Young, and it's just, again, you'll see their activities throughout the whole year. So I try to do a year in review for them. The movie's about 10 minutes long. So I hope you enjoy it. And if anybody has any questions, there is a little bit of music tied to it. And you can, I don't know if I turn my volume down, it'll help you. So let's see what we can do here. Does everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Here we go. So extraordinary people, and you can see the K, extraordinary impact, all within reach, Action Club. That is their logo, Kiwanis Action Club of Carson Valley. So this is starting in October. The Kiwanis year goes from October to end of September. And so this was their installation that would have been October 2018. Those are several members of our Kiwanis Club. They have check-in. The one on the right is our current secretary of the club. A couple of grandparents. We did a check presentation to the Community Services Foundation for $1,000. In turn, because we give these donations, we're allowed to use the senior center at no cost, and we're an official program of the community center as well. So you see Allie, she is the outgoing president. She gave a speech. Megan is our incoming president at the time. And the gentleman on the left is our current lieutenant governor of our division. And there you see one of our big supporters wearing her sweatshirt with the big K on the back, and her husband. Larry is our incoming president, and Sally at the time was our current president. And I try to get everybody involved. And this is where we're giving the foundation a check for $1,000 from our club. Judge Young is starting the presentation of the officers, but first he's got to kick everybody out of office, and that's what you see there. So they're all getting kicked out. Mike, who's leaving as president, got a certificate of saying he's past president. Am I going too quick? I can't slow the video down.
No, you're
James
good.
was our current treasurer. He's a character. Now that's Natalia, and she's visually impaired as well. And her grandmother actually did her certificate in Braille. Sandra, who is our past lieutenant governor, gave her lapel pin to our current president. And the one on the left here, one in the middle now, is my wife, Debbie. I don't know if any of you know Jordan Stevenson, another character, but Mike, his picture of leaving as president. The one on the right now is our current treasurer. Some of the family members and Action Club members. Now they're involved in our turkey bingo that we have a big fundraiser every year, and they collect our tickets for us. They hand out the turkeys. They help with the raffle prizes. And this is me introducing our Action Club to the community. That's Jill helping with the popcorn station. And then there's Natalia, and she's having fun. And she's actually got Braille bingo cards that she plays. So the one you're seeing now is a cold, snowy day at Walmart, and the Action Club is ringing the bell for Salvation Army. I am the chairman of Project Santa Claus, so we, at the same time, Salvation Army allows us to keep all the gifts that we collect for Project Santa Claus. And we had everybody get to meet Santa, but there's Megan and Jennifer ringing the bell. The gal on the right is a member of the Project Santa Claus team. And now this is one of the check presentations that Megan was holding for probably one of the relief funds. I think that might have been the California fires. Out at Project Santa Claus, we have their banner hanging with the other 5 service clubs. And there's Ron and Allison. She was inducted into the club on that day. And we have Salvation Army giving a certificate of appreciation to the Action Club for their contribution. And they collected almost $1,500 in one weekend during that cold weekend. They're making Valentine cards that they're going to hand out to the community in the Meals on Wheels. And we get all the parents and grandparents and guardians, they all help with these, and they made about 60 cards to go out in that one meeting. We are cleaning up the Genoa Mormon Station Park. Kiwanis One Day worldwide. Kiwanis wants you to do something for the community. So in a minute, you will see how many bags, but we're joined by 3 other Kiwanis clubs in our district or division. And in the 4 hours that we're there, or 3.5 hours, you'll see the results here in a second. But they received a letter from the state of Nevada thanking them for their participation. And again, it's not just the members, but it's their parents and guardians that help. It's really a wonderful day. Current Lieutenant Governor Brian, he's out of the Carson City Club. There's goodies for them in the morning. So that picture on the right, they collected almost 60 pounds and almost 2,000 pounds worth of leaves and garbage in 3 hours. And this is me before I got the bill at the pizza parlor. So this is our day with the Governor's Council at the state legislation. And this was such a fantastic day. And then it ended early, and you'll see that I actually took them over to the state capitol and I gave them a tour of the capitol, and they got to see all the history of our state as well. But this was it was, like I said, just an amazing day. And you'll see pictures that we got to meet with our Senator James Settlemeyer and our Assemblyperson Jim Wheeler. And a lot of these people are with the Family Support Council. We tuckered Robbie out. Now Megan was able to be up at the front, and she gave the introduction to the Pledge of Allegiance. There's all of us sitting there, and Ashley and myself, we were guests of Senator Settlemeyer, and we sat with him. Now this is us meeting with the senator in his office. And we're in the Assemblyman Wheeler's office now. And now we're touring the state capitol. Then we have the overall group shot of everybody that participated. This is meeting our governor at the time, and Megan, through the efforts of collecting for the Eliminate project, gave me a medal that we got from the district. 4th of July celebration, part of the deal is we sell the beverages, but they have to help with the bicycle parade. And here is some of the pictures from the Special Olympics. And we're doing the law enforcement walk that is about 1.25 miles through our community. Special Olympic torch. Everybody in front of our big SWAT unit. This is them all talking about their medals and where they won them. And now Allison is down in Las Vegas with your group, and along with Ashley. And you'll see there's Catherine. James is in the background, and this is some of the Ron and Allison in front. I think they're doing their sign in. That's Heather, James, Ron talking to the group. Ron pigging out. And this is probably the best behavior I've seen in the club. But that's impressive to see a Carson Valley Lions member wearing a Kiwanis shirt. So that's all I can say is, wow. I'm gonna stop sharing.
That's hilarious.
Did anybody have any questions on that? And hopefully, Dora, I did enough explanation. This is being recorded. And so maybe somebody can do a little bit more detail as far as that and stop and move it on. But she gave me thumbs up. Thank you. And so it's
Okay, Gary.
Yes.
Gary, this is Ellen.
Yes.
There is a question out there. What are your plans to commemorate the ADA 30th anniversary?
Well, that's a good question since I don't know when that is. So if it's something that we need to do, I will certainly do the best to do it. So if you can send me information on that, let me know. You have to keep in mind, this is 4 years. I have learned a lot, and I can get them to laugh and they laugh at me, but there's times I don't always know how to speak the right language. And so I'm learning as we go, and hopefully, you know, my mistakes are minimal, but yeah, if there's something we need to do, we can certainly do that.
Okay, the answer to your question on the 30th anniversary is July 26th.
And what is being planned?
Carrie, do you know what is being planned?
Excuse me, sorry, I had my mouth full. I took myself off the screen because my husband and son just brought me McDonald's, so I'm having my breakfast. So, you know, there was a lot of talk about what people were going to do. I know our National Association will be posting and doing some stuff, but I believe now with the COVID, I haven't really heard too much about what's going on, if there's going to be anything really out in the community. So it's really up to more, you know, self-advocates. I would love to get something kind of collectively together. And Gary, I think you and I maybe need to sit down and have a little bit more discussions about how we can collaborate, you know, on things in the future. I mean, I've always sent my staff out and everything to these meetings, but just watching the video has been great. And I know, you know, we got to meet a lot of the representatives at the, you know, Vegas conference, but we should probably have some more discussions about how we can maybe collaborate.
Yeah, and I believe Ron and Allison are going to be we're going to go to the Sacramento one, but I think that got put on hold too, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a lot of stuff is on hold right now. We just don't know, so.
But if there is a ADA 30th anniversary logo, or since I control our Facebook page, I can certainly put that there to help promote it. And then I can share that page with our Division 45. And I can probably even get it onto the Kiwanis International page. So if I can get something, I'll certainly at least do that part, because I don't know where things are going to be today, tomorrow, or so.
Well, so I will definitely send you some stuff, but we also, I control our Facebook page as well. And so I'm always posting a ton of stuff. I don't know if you liked our official Governor's Council page.
I am on it. In fact, that's how I knew to steal all those pictures of Ron and Allison and the rest of the Action Clubbers. I'm pretty good at finding pictures because I want them engaged. In fact, they're doing a scrapbook right now. And Allison, you need to, we'll share this picture, but that's got to go in your scrapbook. Internationally does several contests, and our district included. So our district will forward on to what they think is the best to international. But this year they're doing a scrapbook of this year, and unfortunately it's kind of not helped, but I want everybody to take pictures of doing their community service. And so that's actually being handled by Megan, who is the current president, her mother, Terry. And so we hopefully get into that. So, you know, we're trying to get the word out the best we can. I find, you know, I don't want to take Ron's time away, but I find when I heard that, boy, was I wrong about starting this club, is, and even our own club members, we have what we call interclub visits, and we need to have 4 of our 36 members show up, and I'm one of them as a given. But we only have the same couple people that will go to these, and I don't know, can't be always the time, but I think people at times aren't comfortable being with us. So we got to overcome that, and I think we're making slow progress on that. So I don't know much about the Reno Club. I think they meet once a month. I think they are tied to United Cerebral Palsy up there, but I'm not sure about that. Lake Tahoe has a wonderful club. They got 10 members in their club, and when we were smaller, we could do joint things with them. We cleaned up Lake Tahoe beaches, and then we had a picnic afterwards. So we try to get them involved. And with Special Olympics, and I call them kids, but the age in our club right now is 20 to 60, and minimum age is 18. So we welcome everybody. We just ask that they have participation in the club. So with that, if I may, can I turn it over to Alison and Ron? And Ron's got a unique story, and he said something in his time that I will never forget that may hold true with a lot of people. So with that, Ron, Alison.
So I'm Allison, like once I said, I've been in the Action Club for about a year now. And what I got out of the Action Club is being around people with all different types of, I'm frozen. Okay, there we go. With all different types of disabilities. And I have bipolar disorder, depression, alcohol syndrome, whatever that is called, ADHD. So trying to deal with all of that all at once is very, very difficult. I'm also a student at Douglas High School, a senior. But you get to meet new people. Like I went to the Las Vegas then. That was super fun. I got to speak at it. And I'm not a real big fan of speaking in big groups. But here's my grandpa.
Get out of the chair.
Fine.
Good morning. I was going to wear my Lion shirt, but it's in the laundry. Allison has stated she joined the Action Club about a year and a half ago. And I was pleased with it because it enabled her to have a better understanding that she wasn't alone with her disability. It's been very difficult. Just a little background. I inherited my grandchildren. Allison was a year and a half old, and I've been raising them as a single parent for a good number of years. It has not been easy because her fetal alcohol syndrome affects her in different stages of her life. So what started out as one concern turned out to be something else as she got older. It's been a very long, difficult road. And the biggest problem is, as Gary alluded, these kids do not come with owner's manuals. A lot of what you have to do and learn is trial and error. And believe me, it has not been. Gary thinks starting this club was difficult. Raising 3 grandchildren and having one disabled was quite a task. I've been fortunate that I've had good help from different agencies. And it's one of the reasons why Alice and I took part in your going to Las Vegas on that conference, because it enabled us to get an in-depth understanding of so many things. And basically it has changed her attitude. It has given her a sense of belonging. She's been involved with the Lions Club all of her life, so service to the community is nothing new to her because of our involvement, like the Kiwanis, very community oriented. But now she belongs to an organization where she herself can be a part of doing something for the community, and it doesn't necessarily have to be through her grandfather. So that's a real impact for her to be able to do it herself. Her goals is to, well, get better, but to be able to, she knows that life can go on even with disabilities. We learned a lot in Las Vegas in regards to different things that are available to her, services. that is very beneficial. So that's what I have to say. If anybody has any questions.
Gary, this is Carrie. I just wanted to say real quick that it's not official yet, but when our full council meets in June, one of the things that we are proposing, if they all agree, is to have another statewide self-advocacy conference next year. So we know that was a great thing. So hopefully we'll be able to do it again.
Well, just let us know. I mean, some of these people have to kind of move off their butts a little bit and do a little bit of paperwork, but I think the rewards are there and it's zero cost to them if that continues. So to me, I wish I could go, but I'm not there and costs would be not effective for me, but we'll do what we can. And I think Ron will tell you too. You heard Ron's story, and Catherine gave me a long time ago, and all the new members and the guardians and grandparents, all that come, or whoever's bringing them, they'll get a copy of your life stages tool guide. And honestly, I wish I had that when our child was born, because it from start to finish of your life and how the child's going to be, the challenges you have with that child. That's a phenomenal book that you guys put out, and I commend you for doing that. I wish it was out there more of a publication that people can see. And so,
Thank you.
It's a very powerful tool of people, and it's very difficult for me to hand it to somebody because, as you know, I see all kinds of people that I suspect could be Action Club members, but you got to walk up very cautiously and try to do this. So that's where I rely on our club members who socialize with all these people in their Special Olympics, or invite them to one of their meetings. They have their own community, and having 28 people, it's great, but it enables us not maybe to do as many of the trips that we used to do, trying to get everybody together in one place. So, but anybody that is interested that can come down to Carson Valley when we start up again, and I don't know when that's going to be, because the community center and the senior center side where we meet, because of COVID-19, they may not even do the senior services side of the lunches and all for the better part of this year. So we may be able to get in there if the governor will allow groups of more than 10, because on a typical meeting, we'll have 50 people in. And I pull everybody into the meeting. And so it's not just them, but I try to get them all to talk about themselves, what they're doing. Monday's meeting, we're going to, again, talk about what they've been doing during the COVID-19. I still expect them to do community service, and I want them to turn in the hours so I can report them. If nothing else, go out on the highway, or not highway, but go out on the road and pick up litter. But do something for your community instead of just sitting around. So that's the word that we want to get out there. And that's what, like Ron said, Ron is Mr. Lion for Carson Valley. And their club is a wonderful club as well, and very supportive of this community. And I joked to Ron a lot about him, and I'm very disappointed he's not wearing his Action Club, because I gave him one to represent us down in Vegas. So, but it means a lot to me that he wears that. And so with that, I don't know if anybody has any other questions. I encourage everybody, if you can, to come down to one of our meetings when they start up again. And I'm also hoping, and it may not happen this year, but I would like to have a formal dance for this group. And that's going to be offered to everybody as long as they can drive to it. But I'm talking formal dance. And that's one of my goals to achieve. And if that happens, we'll get the word out. I might ask, we had time, I could have played the other year's video, but once a year they have their own conference down in Wonder Valley, which is outside of Fresno. And it's 2 nights, 3 days, and unbelievable, but it's not cheap. I think your organization helped several of our members go 2 years ago. And it's, I'm hoping to get that one maybe in 2021 again, where we can get them down there and do that. But we have all our district officers, the governor, governor-elect, everybody's there. And it averages about 150 to 200 members of the Action Club. And they all get together and they all sing, and boy, do they love to dance. So that's the goal for a year and a half from now, maybe to get that going again, or at least next year, because it's in August of this year and it's just not going to work out. So anyway, if anybody has any more questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I'll turn it back over to Karen.
I have a question. You have a, this is Stacy. You have a action club in Carlson and Las Vegas. Do you have any in Reno?
Are you down in Las Vegas?
No, down in Reno.
What town?
Reno, Nevada.
Oh, Reno?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there is one up there. If Carrie gives me the information of how to contact you, if you allow her to do that, then I will forward that to Ellen, who is up in Reno at the Kiwanis Sparks Club, the bicycle club, and maybe she can invite you to the meeting. I think they meet once a month, and I think it's at United Cerebral Palsy. So, but I'm not sure. So they have about the same amount. They have 24 members, I think, in their club. I don't know what their fees are. Our club, we make it affordable to everybody. They voted to themselves that they will pay $1 for their meeting, and that's what helps them donate some of this money out there. Yeah, but that's a challenge to get them to pay that too, and I don't expect it, except for Allison. She always has to pay it. And then, but they want to give, and you know, every national disaster, they're asking, can we do this? And so we always put our money through that Kiwanis district, no matter where it is, so they can get it to Kiwanis in need and Kiwanians in need. And so I'm really proud from on that standpoint. So I will, Stacy, we will follow up on seeing I can't get you the information. I was hoping to be up in Reno with you guys, but that didn't happen, and I have literature I was going to give you. So any other questions?
Okay, Gary, this is Ellen. There's a question. Is there an age group, an age limit, or the number of participants that can be in your club?
Age limit, Kiwanis wants it to be 18, adult age, and there's no end to it. Like I said, we have somebody that's in our club right now that's 60. We have 28 members. Our senior center can hold 200 people. It just comes down to trying to get them all. So we don't want to lose sight of their participation if you have too many people, but is each meeting I try to get something out of everybody. And we have one member that won't hold the mic and talk so everybody can hear. But I got him to talk on Zoom, and he didn't really realize he was talking into a microphone. So, you know, I will mess with them, and they love to mess with me. And so, but there is no age limit. And like I said, as long as we're being supported by our club, we've made it so there's no cost to them. The grant that we had to hand out all those sweatshirts, I mean, that's not cheap, but I figured we're giving them about $50 worth of goods to be in the club, and all I ask is they participate.
Okay, this question is for Ron and Allie. Allie, are you having any difficulties or successes, whatever you can, you know, give us on how you're doing with this distance learning?
Well, I think it's going pretty good for me. I'm doing a lot better now in the distant learning than I actually do in real school. I mean, I only go to school 4 days a week for about an hour and a half. And then I get my one-on-one time. I think I do really, really well with that instead of being in a whole classroom for like 10, 15 students. So I think I'm doing pretty well.
And I can relate to that. I have no trouble getting her up and ready to go to school, which when she goes to regular school, it's kind of a task to get her up. She's not a morning person. But what she said, I've noticed that she is doing much better because of the one-on-one and the way it works out. There's about 4 or 5 students per session, but you have a teacher and a couple aides. So you're looking at a ratio of about 3 staff to 4 or 5 kids, which in Allison's case is working very well for her. The large school, Douglas High School currently is what, 1,800 students. It's chaos there. It's real crowded classrooms, and the teachers do the best they can with what they have. So this distance learning is working very well in Allison's case.
If I may add
And
to
then,
that.
and then there's another question, Gary, on any policies or bills that your organization is supporting in Nevada or nationally?
Answer to that is, politically, most service clubs won't get involved in that. We don't. Doesn't mean I don't personally believe in some of the stuff, but no, unfortunately, we don't. And just trying to get them engaged, even to come to a meeting, and sometimes is tough in itself. I would like to add something to what Ron just said. I have been for many, many years. In fact, I kind of gave up. But you have a population at Douglas High School from the age 18 to 22, I think they're allowed to be in. And one of the things that they have a challenge on is socialization of these students. And I just wish I could get them to open up their eyes and give this information to these students. But here again, we're dealing with privacy laws. I can't get to them. And if we could get more and more of the students to join the Action Club, because the ones that are in Douglas High School seem to socialize really well. And from what I've heard, like, Ron, is a challenge at the school, but Allison's doing really well online. But I just wish we could get to that group, because I think it would benefit the student to be engaged in the community more.
All right, I think that is about our time. I really appreciate Allison and Ron and Gary. You guys, this was great information. And Gary, I think you and I need to have some more conversations about this. We do have funds within our council to support advocates to join clubs like the Lions Club and things like that, to be integrated in their community. So that's definitely something that we can talk about. And great organization. I really enjoyed learning. And Ron was your big champion in Vegas. He was always touting his Action Club shirts and everything. So
I told him he couldn't go unless he wore an Action Club shirt.
Well, and it was really great. The conference was amazing, and I think we really need to look at another one. We might actually, since we had it in Las Vegas last year, I'm gonna champion for us to bring it up to Reno this year to go back and forth.
Darn.
So, what, Ron?
Darn.
Did you have too much fun gambling?
What goes on in Las Vegas stays there, but it was a lot of fun.
Yes. Well, again, it's up to the full council to vote in June. So, but thank you very much, you guys.
Well, I encourage everybody, if you want to try to carpool the group down, to come join one of the meetings when we start back up again. And then you'll follow up with me or Ellen with Dora's information, or who was it, Stacy's information as far as that. And
yeah, you can just, Gary, if you want to just send whatever you have to Ellen, and then we can make sure it gets distributed out to the partners class. And then that way we'll have it for future reference as well if we ever need it.
Okay, I'll try to get that information from Ellen.
Okay, great.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm really proud of our club. And I should show you real quick. This is the award that they got for being the Service Club of the Year.
Wow.
And I get to keep it. but our president at the time, Michael, he got up on the stage and accepted it for the club. And so that's huge. Ron's club has gotten it. Our Kiwanis club has gotten it twice. but to be recognized that was really a big thing after 3 years in the community.
Well, and I love all the community outreach and the integration that you guys do. That's amazing.
Yeah, they got to be involved or they can't be in the club.
Awesome.
Anyway, thank you so much for having us. I have something else I've got to do, so I'm going to leave you.
Okay.
And, but I didn't know who's Sarah down there. I didn't get introduced to her.
That was Sarah. She was one of the participants that introduced herself. That is her almost 16-year-old son.
Oh,
She's
I'm
the
sorry.
one that works with early intervention.
Got it. I guess I missed that one. Well, 2 years, Action Clubber.
There you go.
Definitely.
Thank you for having me, everybody. It was wonderful meeting each and every one of you. And seeing people's closets is also nice. So, so I'm going to be leaving you. I don't know what Ron. I guess Ron's welcome if he wants to stay with Allison. But
No, we have some things we need to do. It's Saturday morning. But
be
we
safe,
enjoyed-
everybody. Stay healthy, and we hope to see you soon.
All right. Thank you, guys. Stay safe.
Bye.
It's over here.
All right. So next up, we have Miss Santa Perez, and she is going to give us a presentation about People First and do a little, sorry, I had something in my eye. Talk about a little bit about self-advocacy. So, hold on one sec. Does anybody need a quick break, or are we okay to keep going for, and then what I'm thinking is maybe we can take a quick break after this presentation, but is everybody okay to go forward? If you need to get up and run to the restroom or whatever, feel free. Just remember to turn your screen share off because I don't want to see anybody. Okay, yes, Santa.
Are you able to pull up the PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am. If you want me to play it, I can do that on my screen share.
That will be helpful.
Perfect. Okay, are you ready to start? Okay, let me get my screen share going here. One sec. For those of you that don't know or don't have your video on, the beeping, that is how Santa works on her computer. Maybe she can tell you a little bit about that while I'm getting the screen share up. Can everybody see the People First of Nevada presentation up on my screen?
Yeah.
All right, and Dora, I sent you the presentation in a Word document. I always say when the apocalypse comes, I'm going with Santa because she knows Morse code. She'll be the most helpful when all of our communications go down.
Hi, everybody. My name is Santa. President, no. If you don't know me by now, I'm in Las Vegas. I am an advocate for Nevada. And a lot of communities, excuse me, around the country. Well, other states? No. I'm going to talk about myself a little bit later on. But this presentation is about people first of Nevada.
So Santa, if you just want to tell me when you want me to advance the slide, and I will be happy to do that.
How about now?
People First movement started in Sweden 1960s. Parents realized that their kids could make their own decisions and speaking out for themselves.
Can you hear? Can you hear that?
I can, yes.
They wanted to be seen as people first and not by their disabilities.
Yeah. Make? No. They? No. Oh, the next one. Next slide.
There you go.
How I started People First in Nevada. I got involved in the People First movement in the early 90s. When we moved to Las Vegas, there weren't any support for people with developmental disabilities and intellectual disabilities, DD/IDD. This was not okay with me. I needed to do something about it. It took a while, but People First got started. 1999 Partners Class, Final Project.
No. Oh, now. You know how old I am. I'm old.
Sorry, one sec, guys. Okay, we're good to go now. Sorry. Tell me when to advance the slide.
Like all of you, you will need to do a final project. Mine was building a new organization, hence People First of Nevada.
Next.
NCED and NGCDD. NCED got a grant to the Corporation for National and Community Service. AmeriCorps * Vista. Volunteers in Service to America and the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. At first, all of VISTA members had disabilities. The VISTA members lived in different locations of Nevada.
Next.
Within the first 3 years, we established our 501c3, got 3 chapters up and running, and started making our voices heard in the legislation realm. This was a long process. How we got started in Nevada.
Oh, next. Next.
Some people with disabilities did not know their rights and responsibilities as Nevada citizens. Started in the spring of 2003. We now have active chapters around the state.
Next.
People First mission statement. People First of Nevada is a self-advocacy group run by people with developmental differences throughout Nevada. As citizens of Nevada, we have the right to make our own decisions and to live self-determined lives.
Next.
Self-advocacy definition. Self-advocacy is having the opportunity to know your rights and responsibilities, stand up for them, and make choices about your own life. Self-advocacy allows people with disabilities to speak out for themselves. By doing these things, the quality of life for people with disabilities is vastly improved.
Next. Oh, yeah.
Another part of self-advocacy is self-determination. It goes hand in hand. 1. Determination of one's own fate or course of action without compulsion. 2. Freedom of the people of a given area to determine their own political status. Independence. Like I stated before, People First went to the legislation and initiated 4 bills that eventually turned into laws. The signature stamp. People
Next.
First Respectful Language Law, Rose's Law, and the ABLE Act.
So.
On this slide,
What?
on this slide,
On this slide,
I have
I have
a picture
picture
of a stamp.
of a stamp.
Oh, business.
Next slide.
ABLE Act in Nevada. The Nevada legislation follows upon enactment by the federal government of the Stephen Beck, Jr. Achieving a Better Life Experience Act of 2014.
Oh, next slide. Oh, yeah.
The federal law allows able account funds to be disregarded for means-tested federal programs such as SSI and Medicaid, which cap, usually at $2,000, the amount an individual with a disability may save.
You'll probably be talking about able account later on.
People First members were instrumental in testifying to get this law passed. Questions and answers.
Do you have any questions about People First? Don't be shy. I don't bite a lot.
And if she does, it's very gentle.
Yeah.
So, Santa, can you maybe tell us a little bit about what's going on with People First kind of nowadays? Like, with what have you been hearing about, you know, the People First chapters during COVID, or any self-advocacy organizations, self-advocates in general? Maybe just a few. What are the biggest issues you guys are facing?
Last week, I was busy. No, I was happy because I was invited to a new chapter. Santa was invited to a chapter, a new way of running the chapter through through Zoom. Yeah.
I thought that was awesome.
I thought that was awesome because
for my
chapter, we haven't. No. We had to talk. No. The chapter. No. Okay. We have a chapter. No.
We haven't? Is that what you're trying to say, Santa?
No, she's typing.
Okay.
We have stuff.
Stop meeting.
Because
the
place with the place we have stopped. The place we were having the meeting was a group home, a group saying that saying that we need to stop. The way we were meeting, they were saying that we need to stop the meeting due to the COVID virus. Yeah, well, so we couldn't meet. Yeah. But I'm hoping that we could come back to Zoom, through the use of Zoom.
Okay, this is Carrie. Are you going to tell us a little bit maybe about yourself and, yeah, are you going to, okay. So I don't think there's any more questions about people first.
I was born in Los Angeles, California. When I was born, I had a difficult birth. My mother was in labor for 47 hours, and then after birth, I was not breathing on my own for 20 minutes. Both of my parents realized that I was not a typical child and I was not developing as quickly as my other siblings. When I was 4 months old, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy. This is a neurological condition that affects the brain. All persons with cerebral palsy are affected differently. In my case, my CP caused my motor skills to be damaged. I was not able to do much on my own, but that has never stopped me from doing anything. I always had the determination to learn and try new things. I went to a segregated school from elementary to junior high. The low expectations that the teachers had for us would prevent us from being scholars. This limited education would not prepare me for life at college and beyond. Miller was a unique school. It was adjacent to a typical high school. The high school students would go across the street to be in typical classes and to be mainstreamed. I was in the 9th grade and I was excited about the thought of going to that school on the other side of the street. I asked Miss Perral about my classes. She said, "Oh, you're not going next door." I said, "Why not?"
Why not?
Why not?
I wanted to go to that school and I had the right to go. She said reluctantly, "Okay, Santa, let's make a deal. You can take one class and we'll see how well you do." I don't remember what class it was, but I remember it was hard. I was so unprepared to learn in a typical school. There was so much reading, so much writing for my aid, and so much remembering. It was hard. I had to work twice as hard just to keep up. I still can see my dad and mom studying with me, so I could learn the work I needed to. But somehow, we did it. After that first class in the first semester, I ended up taking all my academics and graduated from that school across the street. There were low or no expectations for me to get an education. I felt that I had to learn what I can to better myself. No matter what, I had high expectations for myself. I earned my bachelor's degree in psychology at California State University, Northridge. I believe in being educated. Knowing your rights and being included in your community is your responsibility. There were so many people who doubted what I could do. There is going to be so many people that are going to tell you, you can't. But when they say you can't, you say, why not? Man, if I had a dime for every time I heard that, I'll be a rich woman. There has been so many you can'ts in my life, but it was up to me to believe them or not. The biggest you can't that I heard was becoming a mother. People would say you can't or it won't be easy. And you know what? It wasn't easy. But that doesn't mean that I had to forget my dreams. I am a woman and I had that innate right to be a mom. Of course, it wasn't easy. I had to start thinking and creating things that would help me become an active mom. I couldn't raise Noah on my own. Finding support that would help me, but not take over. Becoming a mom and raising our son has been the greatest achievement of my life. I am an advocate for people with disabilities. I like helping people access information about their rights and refers them to available community services. As a person with cerebral palsy, I take pride in assisting people like herself and in helping them become better informed citizens. I have always believed that all people with developmental disabilities and intellectual disabilities need to be active advocates, always asking questions and participating in the community. We need to see ourselves as equal partners in deciding what is right for us. People with disabilities need to come to the table not as voiceless tokens, but rather as active, opinionated, and confident participants. I am a founding member of People First of Nevada, an advocacy support group for people with disabilities. The need for a representative for individuals with disabilities in Nevada led to the formation of People First. Testifying before the state legislature, I was instrumental in getting the signature stamp and the People First respectful language laws passed. I assert, People First language is not a fad. It's a way of life. I sit on many committees on disability issues, both state and countrywide. I have also written several articles for Nevada Access and has given many presentations for people with disabilities at national conferences around the country. 2 years ago, I wrote a book called Sitting at Eye Level: My Life as an Advocate, a Professional, a Woman, a Mom, and a Person with a Significant Disability. It's about my life.
So I believe that even you have a disability, you may do whatever you want. It's up to you to be whoever you want. Are there any questions?
Yes, I believe there was a question from Dora.
Hi, Dora.
How are you?
How are you?
Dora would like to know if People First as an organization is doing anything for the ADA anniversary.
People First is not. However, I think, no. I sit on the National Association on
You want me to help you out there, Santa? I always get all of my acronyms confused. It's a big acronym soup. So Santa, we have our national association. Now you're getting me all confused, Santa. Now I keep saying the Nevada Center for Excellence in Disabilities, but no, it's not that. You put me on the spot here, Santa. National Association for Councils on Developmental Disabilities.
Yes, yes, yes.
There we go.
Yeah. We have our council. No, our council. We are having our conference every year. But this year it was canceled. But we are having a lot of events, about a lot of events.
So this is Carrie, just a quick piggyback to that. Yeah, our National Association, every year we have a big conference in July, and usually we take council members. You know, this year because of the COVID crisis, it has been canceled, but they're going virtual, which has actually opened up some opportunities for people to participate here in Nevada that wouldn't usually get to be able to go. So, yeah, so as soon as I get more information on that, I will definitely share it. And I don't know, you know, how it's going to look yet. We're still waiting on that. It's usually the beginning of July, but I can definitely, you know, see how much we can open that up. Might be, you know, part of a Partners in Policymaking class or something that we can definitely open up to. So we will definitely let you guys, keep you guys up to date on that information.
I am on the planning. Oh, I am on the planning committee. So we are meeting next week about it. So I will get. I'm going to be getting a lot of more information. Any more questions?
This is Stacy. Hi, Santa. I don't have a question, but I think the people in People First Language that you founded is doing good, and it gives people self-advocates like a voice, like many other disability organizations, like Nevada Governors of Council of Developmental Disability.
Too many acronyms around here.
Are you going to? Are you going to the meeting? Are you going to the meeting? In Reno?
Yeah.
In Reno.
Yeah, the for the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. Yeah.
They have a People First chapter in Reno.
Oh, that's great. If you give me the information on that, I can.
Right now, they are having their meeting on Zoom. Right now, they're having their monthly meeting on Zoom. But I could have them help you get connected with them.
Okay. Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Do all of you guys have each other's email addresses and everything as part of Partners in Policymaking class?
No.
Okay. We will.
I can't see you. Carrie, where are you?
I was having a pina colada. Sorry, guys. All right. Well, we will make sure that we have everybody's, that everybody gets to share everybody's information. One of the things, you know, that's great about Partners is the ability to connect with your peers. So we will make sure that everybody has access to everybody else's emails and the speakers as well. So, and if you don't know how to get a hold of Santa, all you do is just holler Santa and somebody hears.
That's all right. That's all right.
That's about right.
Everybody
I see,
no, how to get a hold
they know how to get a hold of me.
All right, and what we will do too is we will send out information on Santa's book as well. If you guys haven't had a chance to read it, it is phenomenal. For those of you that don't know, Santa and I have been friends for, gosh, 8, 9 years? No, older than my son. So 10 years now, I think. Oh yeah, there's Santa's book. Hold it up further, Tim. Okay, now move it back a little bit. There you go. It's a great book. For those that don't know, Santa loves purple. So the cover is purple, but it's a great book. So we'll make sure we get information out to you guys on that as well. And if there are no other questions, do you guys want to go ahead? Our next presentation starts at 10. So do you guys want to go ahead and take a quick break? And then Santa, are you going to be able to stick around for a little bit?
Yeah, I am.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll tell you what, we're going to keep recording. I'm not going to go off, but you guys, I'm going to turn mine off. You guys, can we just take a quick break and then come back together maybe just a few minutes before 10 o'clock. So 9:58, something like that. All right, we're officially on break.
Thank you, Santa. I'm doing good. Can you see me?
No.
Good, because I can't see you, so it's fair. Santa, I've been up since 4:30. I went for a walk and I came back right before class starts, so I'm a little bit high on natural, what is this, running, and no coffee yet. I'm going to get to that now. You take care. It was so nice hearing you. And I just want you to know that you always inspire me. You're one of the reason why I come out of my shell and being seen and being heard, and I run into obstacles, but hey, it comes with territory for being blind, you know? You take care, Santa. Thank you for spending our morning with us.
Put up with. How do you do? Oh.
Hey, Santa.
Hi.
She's on mute. She's gonna unmute herself. Hold on, you're going in and out. You gotta stay still.
How are you, man?
Good.
Look up. No. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to say hi to you.
I love your hair.
Thank you.
Turn around. Turn around and show him your tail. Turn around. Hold on. Stay still. Stay still. He's got a.
Is that a mohawk?
Kind of. It's a Brian hates when I trim his hair because of his sensory issues, and so we only got 3/4 of the way done. So Brian just wanted to say hi. You missed Aunt Santa's. I told him he missed your presentation. I should have had him on when you were doing your presentation. Well, we have it recorded, so we'll show it back to him. Say in about 10 years, you'll be doing presentations, huh? Yes. Oh, hold on. We got Kimberly in the thing. Kimberly's coming on.
Okay, and I'm back, Carrie.
Okay. So we're going to start coming back on. If everybody could start gathering up again. B, your head is floating on the ocean. Hold on.
Water. Is the water cold?
It's actually hot in here.
All right, and Kimberly, are you on with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Miss Kimberly's here. You gotta share your screen here so we can see you.
I'm working on trying to figure out how to do that properly because I'm on my computer and not my phone. My phone.
I want to see the hair. You said it was growing out.
Yeah.
All right, you gotta stay still. You're making me dizzy on the beach here.
Carrie, how do you do that background?
So you go into you'll see a thing on the bottom that says stop video. And then there's a button on the right, like a little, I don't know, up button. Yes, thank you. And then it should say choose virtual background. You're like the Cheshire Cat. You keep floating in and out behind my shoulder.
I know. It's like I keep seeing his head floating in the water. It's just a head.
All right.
Brian, you're magical.
And he has a shirt on. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's the Golden Gate Bridge, but it says, I may be left-handed, but I'm always right, because he's a lefty, and they have this really cool lefty store in San Francisco on the wharf.
Isn't that just an amazing store? They even have their spiral notebooks where the spiral's on the right-hand side instead of the left-hand side.
We got him one, and we have a left-hand ruler, left-hand scissors.
Wow.
Did you get the left-hand pencil?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, they make an awesome pencil there too that is for left-handed, so that they don't do the hook, they do the straight writing.
Oh, okay. Well,
It is awesome. We were taking Alyssa there.
Carrie
When
wants
she was
to know
little, we took her there because she wouldn't cross midline, and
Yeah.
then this way when we gave her the left-hand pencil, she couldn't swap the pencil. She had to keep going, and then for whatever reason, she decided to be a right-hand kid.
So there's people are asking what is the name of the store? I have a lefty too. It's at Pier 39. I can't remember the name of the store. Do you remember the name? It's in one of those little shops. If you go walk on the pier on the wharf, like where all of the
Shops are?
yes, thank you. Maybe I need to have Brian facilitate the meeting this morning. Okay, you got to stay still though. Somebody else has ADHD, so it's hard for somebody to sit very still here. Oh, there we go. So Allison, thank you, Allison. She just brought it up onto the chat. So if you guys go on the chat there, she left the link in there. So it's leftieslefthanded.com. So LEFTYSLEFTHANDED.com.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it is actually called Lefty's Left Hand Store.
Yeah, it's great. Okay, and then Santa, I don't know if you could see in the chat, but Dora says, "Love you, Santa. You're amazing and resilient woman."
Oh,
we agree, don't we?
oh.
Thank you a lot. That's awesome. All right, Kimberly, are you?
I'm here.
You're here. Okay, sorry, we were getting a little distracted here. Allison says it's currently closed due to shelter in place. So yes, I'm sure everything is. I wonder if the sea lions are sheltering or just socially distanced as well.
Maybe I should ask the fridge that.
Ask the fridge. Oh, Bixby. Okay, go ask Bixby. Okay, wait. Hey, come here. Say goodbye to everybody.
Bye.
We have Kimberly and I have a saying of it's called Next Gen Advocates. And so those are the really younger generations that are learning to be self-advocates. So here, B has taken a very interest in what I do. He is always a very good advocate for accessibility, especially knowing Aunt Santa his whole life. So, and then he had his first IEP meeting last year, and we're teaching him to be in his IEP meetings and talk about his students. Okay, say goodbye to everybody.
Bye.
Bye, baby. Okay. All right, Kimberly, sorry. Can't have fun in what we do, then it's not worth doing, right? All right. Give me a sec here. Kimberly, which one are we doing? Leadership through action first?
Whatever one you guys wanted to do first. I didn't have a copy of the agenda, so I have both of my screens open, and I don't know if you were screen sharing or if I was.
I can most certainly screen share, and if you just tell me when you want to move the slides forward, or I can turn it over to you, whichever is easiest for you.
Let's see here. Let's see if we can start sharing the video. Let me get that going here. You guys able to see me now?
Hold on one sec. Let me get my screen sharing off. One sec. How do I get my screen sharing off? I want to stop screen sharing.
I'm just going to hit the screen share button and give it a shot. So let's see where we at here.
And your hair looks wonderful.
Oh yeah, I don't think you guys can fully hang on a second. Let's see here. Is this mine or is this yours, Carrie? The screen share.
You are speaking, but I think that's my screen share right now.
I was gonna say I like all those videos. I have some of those, but I don't think those were mine.
I'm trying to kick myself off of here. Hold on.
So I'm gonna click out of that button for right now. But I have all the curls. Then it's all crazy in the front.
Well, it doesn't look crazy. It looks very nice.
And I am sorry, my office is in the garage and we need to finish the top. So and so I do apologize.
All right. What are you guys seeing on the screen?
You. You and all your beach wonders.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything, Carrie. I've got just the tiles of everybody who is on.
All right, Kimberly, see if you can share your screen now.
Okay. Actually, I'll grab my mouse pad. Hang on 1 second. Didn't want to work on my paper. Okay, here we go.
And Dora is saying she can't see anything.
You know what? This is why I'm gonna like Dora a lot. We all make jokes, and especially with Jonathan, a lot of things is like, did you see that? And everybody's like, why would you do that to him? And I was like, it's because that's what we do.
No, I was just kidding. I was supposed to send it to Carrie only, but I think I put it everyone. So sorry. I'm glad we're all friends and understand each other. Thank you.
No, Dora, we absolutely love it. We love you, and we love outspoken advocates who just say it like it is. I mean, Santa, we all joke Santa.
Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes,
yes,
I am.
Okay, there we go. Okay, it took a minute for it to want it to load. Okay. And Dora, I believe you got this one first last night. The leadership through the action for everyday advocacy is the one I had sent, and then I thought I sent the other one, and I did not until early this morning.
Oh, you're fine. My daughter's here, so she's my PCA. She's doing what she needs to do.
Okay.
Gotta put her to work.
Right? That's what we do best as
Thank
parents. Okay. So Miss Carrie, I've never, I've only had the honor of meeting Dora through the transportation, but how many other participants do we have that are part of the class?
So we have on here right now, we've got Ellen and myself. We've got Stacy Alaribi, and I believe you met Stacy at the last council meeting.
Okay.
And then we have, and she's an advocate, we have Alison Greathouse. We have, where are we? Carrie Thomas. So Allison is an advocate, and she's also a parent.
Okay.
Of
That's
child.
what I was going to ask you, because I was taking notes on who was, how their role was. Okay. And Stacy is also a parent, or is she a self-advocate?
Stacy's an advocate.
Okay.
Carrie is a parent. We've got Dora, who's an advocate.
Okay.
Kate is a parent. Sarah is a parent. And we've got Tim and Santa are sticking around on here. You know them.
Oh, yes.
And then we've got Twyla, and she is an advocate. She's kind of coming and going. We have some people that just kind of come and go, but we're also recording this. And so everybody, if they missed something, then they're able to go back and see the recording. And so what we've been doing so far is Ellen is helping me monitor the chat. So if somebody has a question during the presentation, they usually will just ask a question in the chat, and then we'll interrupt you and ask the question.
Okay. So I noticed that my video is a little lagging versus me speaking. Is that how you guys are seeing it as well?
We are still on the leadership through action slide.
Okay. Okay. All right. So is it my time to go now, or are you guys waiting for anybody else to pop on?
No, ma'am, you can go. And then I think if you hit the present button, it'll go to the large screen.
Okay. I'm going to figure out how to move. Oh, there we go. I was able to move all of us. I've never really had the option of presenting on Zoom, so bear with me, guys.
We're all learning as we go.
Right. Come on, computer. I mean, I do have it on my phone, so while we wait for that to load, I can definitely, oh, there we go. So since this is kind of virtual, and I'm very much more a in the face kind of gal, so some of this stuff is going to be broken out just a little bit, just because I wasn't sure who the audience was and what everybody's role was. but it should flow pretty smoothly. And then I left a lot of it for interaction, so that, because that's how we normally did it when we were in person. There was a lot of back and forth communication and conversation, just because everybody's at a different place where they were at. Okay, so with that, I know there's different types of advocacy and hints on why we asked who was doing what role. And so there's obviously the self, and I think we got a very strong sense of who's on here that represents the self, including Miss Santa, which I absolutely enjoy the fact that she's a part of every one of the partners that I've even been around, which just reinforces how important partners in policymaking is, for sure, and using your own voice to advocate on yourself, but as well as getting that out because you have the firsthand knowledge of it. I think being a parent would be, just because even with this class, there's so many parents involved. It speaks to the fact that we see the need within our own as likewise as we see with others, and how strong that ends up turning into being a witness to seeing some of the struggles that those that we care about the most are currently facing. Being a constituent, I know right now we have a lot of elections going on, and now is the greatest time for us to use our voice in the political world, as making sure that those people that are representing us understand that the community that they're serving has certain needs or things that need to be addressed, as well as during legislative sessions. And then being a consumer, most often people don't realize that they have a voice in different types of purchases and products that they're consuming, and that their input's actually very valid, as well as volunteering. You're making a choice to validate a certain organization or a certain, we'll say, reason, and that gives voice and advocacy for different movements, different events, and whatnot. So let's see if this will turn the same way I'm speaking. Okay, here we go. Everybody's got a different reason why they advocate. I just listed a few. One was personal experience, so whether or not you were diagnosed with a specific medical condition or an education diagnosis that has now led you to want to speak on behalf of that. Certain friends and family have had hardships, and that gives us the drive to want to make some change. Creating community events, depending on what part of the advocacy adventure you're on. Some people enjoy creating community events to get awareness out and bring communities together. Some people really enjoy being a part of the aid, like for example, like a natural disaster. Even right now, people are learning how to put together, making masks and, making sure people have supplies, checking on your seniors next door or, other needs, families, wanting to be a part of a movement. I know at certain times when injustice comes along, a lot of people want to jump on board and being a part of that movement. Speaking up on behalf of people that are not often heard. Certain community bases, for example, I know in Vegas, a lot of people were standing up for, the homeless when some changes were going on down here in the South for Vegas. And then sharing your voice. Some people are very comfortable in doing town hall meetings or even sharing their stories during legislative sessions. But those are all different types of ways that you can advocate on behalf of. And we're waiting for my screen to click over. Oh, there we go. All right, except for it skipped a slide. Sorry, guys. Taking a stand. A lot of research kind of needs to be done on the who's, the where's, the what's, and the whys, and why we are doing some of the things that we're, choosing to do. Getting an understanding of what areas of interest we have and what motivates us and why we are choosing to act on that behalf, and what is our ultimate outcome of what we want from it, and then why is it important to us and why would it be important to another person. Where can you make the biggest impact and be the most effective? When could you start? When should you start? What are the best times to get the word out? And then knowing who your audience is and who some of the movers and shakers are in that area of interest that you're taking a stand on. Let's see. Come on. And then I know with data, and this is the part that's kind of hard because some of this stuff that we would have done in person, I could have brought, like I'm one of those binder queens but collecting data. So even if you just went to even the dollar store and you got a binder with some different dividers and you broke it up into smaller sections, that was easy for you to digest and keep on track and allow you to keep moving forward. So if you were trying to contact a specific organization, always make sure that you need to get their contact numbers, email addresses, you know, directions, locations, or websites. And that even goes with whatever part of advocacy you're in that role, where then you can also give that information to newcoming parents or newcoming self-advocates, or if another organization is interested in someone else, you already have that data ready to go. Figuring out what's the best times to reach those individuals, whether that's by phone or in office. You know, do they prefer text or email? Because sometimes we choose one response if we're Googling something up and we're writing an email, but that person's not in the office often, or, you know, we're leaving a voicemail on a phone and we're not getting a response back, but maybe that wasn't the best form of contact for that individual. And a lot of times that's where some of the delay comes. We're not being able to follow up through the proper channel of communication with them. Knowing their work hours, are they a in-office person or are they out in the field type of individual, so that you can plan accordingly for a meetup. I've known in the past with me, and I don't know, I mean, Santa maybe can speak to this too, but if you log the way that you interact with them, if you spoke to them, if it was phone, email, what kind of format you contacted them with, what kind of like a small snippet of what that conversation piece was, if you were going to give them something in return, or if they were going to give you something in return, just so that way you have a time frame of what you're working with. And always like keep a neutral location for where your resources are. And if you're not a binder person, you choose a flash drive, or even if you have, you know, you scan stuff and you have a folder in your phone or on your computer, just somewhere where you can easily locate, get back to it, update as needed. That's seemed to have saved a lot of times, because in the past we've kind of jotted stuff down on notebooks and then you flip the page and then you're not sure where it went, or you have a couple different notebooks, or you grab a scratch paper, and often, you know, information and data is kind of lost. And as you become stronger in whatever role that you're currently in, you'll realize that data is kind of a key, and contact is ultimately key as well. So if we ran into somebody, Santa's got her business card, she can hand that out. And you can move along instead of trying to trace back that initial visit to give that information to someone else, if that makes any sense. Creating a working game plan, giving yourself some structure, because obviously we all live in everyday life, whether you're a self-advocate or a parent in this case, and we can't guarantee from day to day what's going to take place, even currently what we're all going through right now. But this way you have checks and balances on, if you missed a step, you can go back up. You know, you're able to adjust it where you feel like you're actually accomplishing something. I think sometimes we often feel overwhelmed, like we're getting something done, but it doesn't seem like it's getting complete. I'm not sure how many of you guys have had that happen either, but like just jotting down for yourself, like what do you need to accomplish that plan, or that set of action things that you're looking to accomplish? How much time do you need to invest in your plan? I know sometimes we get really excited when we go to a conference, or, you know, you meet somebody at an event and you just want to jump on board with an idea or be creative about something else. And we sometimes get consumed in that, and then we forget about everything else that we're missing. And then we'll go back to doing everyday life, and then we kind of lost track, or we lost motivation for what we were already doing. So if we can plan accordingly and invest the time that we need, as well as the other stuff, we will find that we will be able to be more consistent, and we're not missing and delaying anything else, especially if you're a mom and you've got many roles on your plate. And then understand the time frame. Are there deadlines, like certain things, like when we do testimonies for legislative session, often we'll find out like the same day or the day after, and we've got to get that whole write-up done, proofread it, make sure that gets sent in so that it's postmarked by the time that it needs to be, so that can be heard. So being ready at all times is something that is very difficult for a lot of us. But if we were, which I know a couple slides down is like building your story. If you have spare time and you're writing down different ideas, or you come across something, if you keep that jotted down, it's a lot easier to go back and rearrange or readjust those thoughts and ideas, and you can shoot them out a lot quickly, or than just starting fresh sometimes, because you draw blank because you're trying to create something that, you know, is doable for whatever choice that you're choosing to, you know, advocate on behalf of.
And then organizing your game plan, just constantly readjusting it as needed. Just for example, even with coming here, it's so much easier for me to talk in person. I can interact with you guys. I can show you stuff. I can ask you questions. We don't have to worry about whether or not we're hitting mute or unmute or what our background looks like. So even adjusting my game plan and how I'm speaking to you guys right now, even though if it's just slightly uncomfortable because I'm so much used to being an inner person, flow person, going with the flow. And so you can hear me kind of stuttering, which is not normally my MO. So just trying to adjust to what needs to be done. So since we're virtual, it seems to me like this is very wordy, and I'm not a very wordy person. So just being able to navigate with whatever direction you're choosing to go to. And I think it makes it a lot easier too, is if you find other like-minded individuals, either if that's their Facebook focus groups online or through some local and national organizations. I know often when if I'm hanging out with Santa at one of these presentations, we're cracking jokes, we're making everybody laugh, it's very interactive. And if other participants from past classes have come in too, you can see that we're maybe different set of classes, but we all have the same passion for what we're doing and what the DD Council is putting on with the class that you guys have. So you guys are able to see it, not just hear it. And I think we are stronger when we have people behind us on the same wavelength and pushing for the same goal. Has anybody ever taken any steps into advocating already? Have they done legislative session testimonies? Have they done any town hall meetings? I know, Dora, you're part of the transportation committee with us, so that's kind of what we're talking about here. But has anybody else already tried to attempt to take action on some things within their community? Carrie, if anybody has anything that they would like to add.
Not seeing anything on chat, but I know that Stacy is attending our transportation committee meetings as well, and she's starting to get out there in the community. Twyla's been doing a lot of stuff, so I think everybody's kind of started to, get out in their own roles. I know we have 2 parents on here that have requested to be on the ICC, the Interim Coordinating Council for Early Intervention. So, and then Sarah is on the Washoe County School District Special Education Advisory Panel as a parent. So everybody on here has some kind of active role in advocacy.
Okay. So this is so like, if I would have showed up earlier, I would have been talking with everybody and I kind of would have known that. So then we could have probably skipped over a couple slides here and there. But since I wasn't really familiar where everybody had stood, it was kind of basic. Here we go. But
no, this is great information. Sarah also says she's on the board for the Down Syndrome Network of Northern Nevada. Okay. But this is always great information.
So I started off with very much the same thing, since both of mine went in 2 different ways to early intervention. I sat on the ICC. I did that for a number of years, and then I moved along working nonprofit, and then obviously where we're at here today. And so that's really kind of cool and interesting that we at least have some of those individuals that are on this call that are still participants in the actual committees for the DD Council, and then moving themselves along the way as their kids are growing. And so that to me kind of makes me like warm and fuzzy inside, because it gives you a sense of, as long as we move, the process is still circling, because sometimes things get lost. So just to know that we've got some at all different levels of where our kids are at, it's kind of cool, because now we can mentor each other, go back and forth, and that's why I was really excited for having Dora on here as well too, just having a different perspective for my own son. So I'm glad that everybody's already involved in interacting and getting the ball rolling. So some of the stuff then I guess we can kind of just skim over, and then I can kind of maybe we can do something a little more interactive. But I know, especially looking up research for
Kimberly.
Yes, ma'am.
I think Santa wanted to say something.
I couldn't see Santa because I closed the screen down, so thank you for letting me know. Go ahead, Miss Santa.
I just want to say, advocate, don't be afraid. Go ask somebody. No, don't be afraid. Go to a meeting. Oh, go to a meeting and ask questions. Nobody will ever get mad at you. I believe that. The more you get involved, the better it is for everybody. And on that, I'm not just talking about disabilities, community. I'm talking about community. And how important it is to have all disabilities. No. We have to be heard in all ways of life.
And I think what Santa just said right there speaks. I think, especially as me being a parent, I know oftentimes when I hang out with Santa, she gives me more motivation to be a better mom and to open up every avenue I can for my two, and then to allow them to have their own voice, even when we get comfortable speaking on behalf of them and for others. But I think Santa's right. Anything that we talk about, and even in I call it the different abilities world, it overlaps into something else. Once you become comfortable learning how to articulate your voice and value what you bring to the table, it'll come across all different levels of your life, whether that's in a grocery store, speaking up on behalf of anybody, or just crossing the street, just the basics of life, or just interacting with the school, with your kids, or even if, what we label as typical kids, versus, there's just so many ways that can get exposed and taken to a whole nother level. And Santa really does, when you hang around with her, keep you balanced. Especially reading her book. I've told her a number of times I've read it twice just so that I don't miss something, especially because mine are older, they're getting older. My daughter, Karina, you'll see another slide, she's 20. And learning how to readjust my own rules and my own steps, and seeing what her family did for her, and how powerful she is as a self-advocate, that I want that same for my own. And when you see other individuals that don't have that kind of voice, that's where we kind of come back up, and you end up helping foster and mentor them into building themselves into that very same role. So I know a lot of what we're doing is just crafting our own skill set, and by doing a lot of research for whatever your heart's been affected by the most, and finding things that are locally and nationally. That's especially Santa. She's really well known for local, but she's also national. And so her voice spreading not only for the conditions that Santa represents, but for the state in general. When she goes to other places, she's representing for all of us. So just not realizing that, whatever we're saying now, like what Santa said, don't be afraid to speak up. You have no idea who's in that audience. You have no idea whose life you just changed before they even chose to speak. We've done a lot of town hall meetings, and you just don't know who the key players are sometimes. And another family member that maybe wasn't going to speak up, but heard you speak up, so then they found the courage to do that as well, and that changed their life. So I know oftentimes people are nervous or a little bit fearful, But considering that everybody's already involved with something, I think we've already worked past that. But I think we can always work a little bit harder on our sales pitches, telling our story, becoming more familiar with it, where we don't really need, to read off a paper or to do all those other things, that it's become very much who we are and ingrained, and that we can just tailor it as we go along. But I know something else that's really worked for us is that sometimes when you communicate with other people, you're trying to absorb a bunch of material, and we often forget. So I know another young lady that I've worked with, her name is Sephora, and she has a vision impairment as well too. So when we go attend conferences for another organization, she auto records every session she ever goes to, and then she's able to play that back, which I'm a note taker, so I was doing it in a different form. But again, I can lose my paper. I can have something spilt on it, and she had everybody's content and not just whatever I was trying to capture. So that was a huge lesson for me when I was hanging out with her, that I learned from her, especially for Jonathan with his vision impairment, is that there's different approaches, different ways, and how different everything works for different people. And so I've started to try to audio record things so that I don't miss things, because sometimes, unfortunately, a lot of the content that's the most valuable isn't what's on a presentation or a PowerPoint. It's the conversations that were had in between or during a question and answer type format, where we don't always have the ability to retrace that back once we go home. And so just making sure that you gather information. So if you're going to health fair events, or you come to one of the DD Council meetings and they have material there, making sure that you grab that for future reference. Or if you come across someone that needs that information, because not everybody else has the ability to be involved with some of the things that we are. Obviously, there's a process. Some things you have to be appointed. Some things don't fit in some people's time frame. But always being aware that there's always material somewhere to gather on behalf of not only yourself, but someone else. And hang on, guys, I'm waiting for that screen to kick over. Let's see. But the next point was finding your groove. And I think that's something that we do kind of naturally, and we kind of navigate towards finding our footing in the areas in life that we are currently in. Come on screen. And so some of the stuff, once it pops up, it was just taking things slow, allowing yourself to learn and get comfortable, finding your footing, set a pace that you can maintain for yourself, and finding that balance and making sure that your priorities are met. And something that I've learned is don't compare yourself to anyone. We all have different paths, and that's even if we're trying to reach the same goal. I learned that a long time ago when Jonathan was battling childhood cancer, is that when you seem to see what the commercials are or how people approach, childhood cancer, it's different when it's not yours. But once you're in that little bit of circle and community, how different the conditions are from the different types of cancer that those kids were dealing with. And you can get caught up in the way people approach certain individuals, or even with Jonathan's vision impairment, how people approach him differently than they would approach somebody else, how they approach him differently when he has his cane and when he doesn't. And you can get very caught up in what somebody else is doing better than you, or less than, or vice versa, or whatever. But even though we all are in the vision world, we're all in the world of, childhood cancer, we all got a different way how we get there, even though the ultimate goal is, to be a productive individual in the community. And sometimes us as parents get caught up in that. Some of our lives are busier than others. Some of us can't do some of the things that we all are currently doing. Some people are just not comfortable. And I know sometimes at least I know for being a parent, there's a lot of moments where you kind of ride the depression train for a minute. And even if it's just for a moment, just making sure you value who you are as a person, and understand that you have your own story that is just part of the bigger puzzle. I've kind of watched both of my kids struggle here and there in high school with their different syndromes or different conditions, what they're allowed to do, and trying to navigate making sure that they understand that they have the same power as everybody else does. We just might have to approach it differently. But ultimately they're a human being, and we'll navigate life as it comes. Sometimes when we're looking for stuff, like, we need to reevaluate and make sure that we have that in the right cubbyhole, if that makes sense, because a lot of times our situations may mirror someone else, but that doesn't mean that we are the perfect match. So just because two people have a vision impairment, or two people have childhood cancer or autism, doesn't mean that we still think the same, we have the same ideas, or we approach things the same way. And sometimes I think that's where we get into trouble as well too. We become so driven on one thing that sometimes we don't often hear the other side. I've noticed that with the older generation of different abilities and the younger generation, it's very hard to bridge the waters, and a lot of people didn't get services versus some of the kids that are getting it now. So we have two different approaches for the same conditions, just making sure that we value each other's background and life stories and how we're getting to where we're hopefully heading. This will kind of allow you to, you know, find your style and your groove and see how things work best for you so that you can, you know, continue your journey on the road of advocacy. And let's see here. Building your story. I know that's a hard one. That was hard for me. How do you tell your story when you have two different individuals that you are raising that have two different pathways, but you're still part of the pieces of both? As well as just finding my own story in between all of this. That was something that was a little bit, it's not easy to talk about yourself or talk about others or share or shed light on things that might be a little bit uncomfortable until you grow as an individual with sharing what you've got going on. I know a lot of times, a lot of rearranging and rough drafts, rewording things until you feel comfortable to share. I know structuring is a huge thing that I've learned, tailoring it to who and where you're sending that to, and allowing other people to read and give you, you know, corrective criticism so that you can adjust things so that you understand how other people are interpreting it, even though we're writing it the way that we feel or see. I know that's a huge piece, making sure that the information you're trying to give is being heard the proper way and giving you the validation for what you're attempting to do. So sometimes in writing or in text messages, however that person's feeling is how it's being interpreted. And I know that's why interaction is huge, but unfortunately we don't always get those opportunities, like even today, to be able to do that. And then sharing's another one that's kind of hard. People sometimes have it written, but they're not sure where to share it or how often to share it or to whom should they share it. And so doing your research on what your ultimate goal is with what you're sharing, and how that would impact and benefit those areas. Asking questions is another thing, whether or not they agree or disagree with your opinion, but just getting interaction that kind of helps you tailor your story and build it into ultimately what we're all trying to do. Let's see here. One of my biggest things I learned is the people's first language. That is something that I use so much today, and I've been known to correct a lot of people on, even if people are not comfortable with accepting that still. And I'm going to ask Santa to even if she's got something to chime in on this as well too, or if anybody else does, if they've ever experienced it. It's extremely important to remember the person and not the label that's associated to the individual. You know, create your story so it's interacting with people the proper way. Because I've seen even doctors, or even when you're in IEPs, it's just, it gets crazy and it can become very offensive. And then we can shut down and build up walls. And then we have a problem where we're bitter or angry and we're not allowing for us to move forward or even make people aware, educate them better on some of this stuff, but to make sure that we're for sure honoring the person in a whole. And I've seen this a lot with both of my kids. I worked in nonprofit for a couple different places, and that's one of the hugest and biggest problems that I think I've seen parents dealing with, is that when our child is labeled first before them as themselves, or even if we've ever been in public and people have addressed people in a certain way, making sure that we keep ourselves in check before we address the problem at hand. But I really wish Stephen was here, because on our last DD council meeting, Stephen made a good point for where he was working in his employment, and things were said and mentioned, and people rallied around him to help support him and educate the individual that made comments that were not becoming of themselves in direction towards him. So just being able to see how he navigated that and having the strength to correct the individual in a proper manner was something that I know any of us that from the DD council can speak on. We were all in tears and we're all crying, and we were all very happy to see him stand up. And that's something that can happen. We just have to work our way to that. But I'm not sure if anybody on the call has ever been in that kind of situation where people's language wasn't respected and given. Santa, do you have anything that you want to add to the people's first language?
We also have to remember that people with different types of people with different types of disabilities, they can identify different ways. I have a friend who is a teacher. No, who is? I have a friend who is
autistic.
And he wants to be called autistic person. For me, I like this a bit. No, I don't know. I want to be identified as a person with a disability because I believe that the person comes first and not the disability. That's only a part of me. But every person is different.
Thank you, Ms. Santa. Is there anybody else that's experienced either a positive or negative when it comes to being introduced or spoken to?
This is Stacy. Especially with the older generations, like you kind of get that because I have a disability. My disability is physical, so it's apparent. And so I think with the older generation, you can see my legs are not, my legs are not like what the typical, what is not like typical. You can apparently see my legs are not that. So I've been called many things like disfigured and stuff like that. So yeah, it can be hurtful, but yeah, like what Santa is saying, put the person first before the disability.
And how do you interact if somebody was to address you differently other than the way that you would want to be addressed? How do you go about educating them or making them aware that for you that's not okay? Have you ever had the opportunity to do that?
No, okay, no, but I do go back and think about it, like now that I'm involved with the committees I am in, like advocating for advocating having a voice, like like when somebody called me before, like that girl with the broken leg, I didn't like that. So I was thinking about it, and it was good that all the people that know me, like my cousins and stuff, who really had my back on that. So I really like that.
And that's something that so I have two with different abilities, and then I have I call them rock star siblings, but since they were very small, they were taught to speak up and advocate too as well. So I've noticed the same thing like you just mentioned for like your cousins or whatever, that in situations where I'm not around, or if it was be uncomfortable if mom was to speak up, I've noticed that the kids will interact and make not comments or gestures, but they just make a statement. And what ultimately ends up happening is that other people kind of quickly cross-check themselves and will either try to correct it or acknowledge their ignorance and then kind of take off. So I'm glad that you have at least that support system, because that's the biggest thing, is that if we don't have the voice to speak up, or we don't have the ability to help us grow into being able to stand up for ourselves, I think that's where a lot of the resentment, where people don't want to work with each other, or we no longer have a working relationship to be able to create something better, has kind of fallen sometimes on deaf ears, because people just don't want to interact and either give up their ideology of what they think something is. But I think Santa, and I'm going to keep referring to her because she's always been my go-to girl. And every time we go places and when we interact, if something's not right, Santa's never scolded anybody. She just tries to teach them, please don't do that again to someone else. So she's willing to, at times, sometimes be the one that they learn from. When we go in a lot of our conferences, and transportation is huge with her, and we'll all make jokes with these individuals, because oftentimes it's not specifically, say, that transportation person that's driving, but it's the company's process. And now that individual can go back and go, hey, that wasn't right, we shouldn't have done that. Or the way that, the airports take care of her with her chair, and the stuff that we've gone through with making sure that they don't, let slack on not making sure that it's fixed while we're at a certain place, and just how they approach her when she gets on and off the plane. I've learned so much from Santa and other people in my life. Or even we've gone to another conference and we've attended IEPs in between our trips to represent and help, one of our fellow future next generation advocates. That's something, this People's First language is very eye-opening to me, because we often mirror what we feel that we are being seen as. And that's something, even with Jonathan, if somebody was to ever give him a dirty look and he catches the very little bit of vision he has, it's more like, hey, I did see you, and just because I have a cane, I'm not blind completely, but what you just did was not cool. Sometimes people try taking his food or other things like that, so making him aware of his surroundings. But I really hope that you're able to continue moving forward and making sure people treat you with People's First language. Let's see here. Yes, ma'am.
Kimberly?
Yes.
So we did have a comment from Dora.
Yes, Miss Dora.
And she says, hi, Kimberly. Thanks for presenting today. You rock. Is the school website accessible for your son? I know for a fact that Washoe County School District site lacks appropriate accessibility for blind folk, i.e. inadequate headings and image with no description.
John, we've had that struggle. So we came from CCSD, which is Clark County, and we have now moved to Pahrump, which is Nye County. Nye County's approach is a lot different than what CCSD is, but unfortunately, Nye County does not have any TVI, which is Teachers of the Visually Impaired, located within their school district, so they contracted out to one of the TVIs from Clark County. Unfortunately, a lot of the kiddos in Clark County, and there's only one other young man that's in Nye County or in Pahrump that has a vision impairment. The problem is that vision is a very hard world to live in, because you can't explain often what vision is to someone else. With Jonathan's eye condition, it's been degenerative since he's been born. And I think right now we're on Karina's slide, but Jonathan's the next one after that. He's got about 6 different eye conditions, and they keep changing. which made it difficult for them. And because we do annual IEPs, like everybody knows, oftentimes they're done at the end of the school year. So you're building it for the next school year, which means you got to still wait for that new administration, new team to adjust to him and figure out how they're going to navigate it. And a lot of the kids in Clark County School District are only on consult services for the Vision World and not direct. And that's where we're missing a lot of opportunities for them to do assistive technology. Jonathan missed the mark for Braille and tactile skills. And I really think that if he would have had the opportunity to have had that, I would have a very strong reader. Right now, I don't. He is in 9th grade going into 10th, and we're barely probably still in between 1st and 3rd grade reading, only for the fact that I didn't know how to fully advocate for him. But his accessibility that he's using right now is the talk to text through his Chromebook. So he's got the touch screen, but often even with that, his finger will touch or miss, or it'll skip over, and he becomes very frustrated because he cannot navigate the Chromebook very well, and his teacher is not really familiar with it. But because he's only a consult, and it's like me and Dora need to talk, but it's just more difficult for him to navigate. And I know there's a whole huge group of kids, and I've taught him Braille at home, and we've worked on the abacus and other things, but I wouldn't have known those things if I didn't experience it. So my ultimate goal is kind of like using Jonathan, like what Santa does with her life, is try to use what's not working and try to navigate around to make those possible corrections. And that's why I wanted to make sure that you had your information before everybody else, so you can give me back feedback if it was appropriate or what else I can lead. But I'm glad that you brought that up, because sometimes I don't like to be a negative person, but Vision, I will have to say, is probably one of the harder communities to actually navigate and work with, because it's so hard to explain. And with the eye doctors, there's not one eye physician for the whole eye. The eye is so complex that it's broken down to multiple individuals, where you don't just get one voice, and there's so many different approaches for vision. It just makes it very difficult to make it a seamless approach. I don't know if you've felt that the same way. I just know that's a struggle we've had with Jonathan. It's just so vision has just been or it's the cost is huge. If you're a parent, just being able to provide some of the magnification devices, or them readapting gamings and just basic everyday stuff that we take for granted. So Dora, if you have anything to speak on that, I mean, you're more than welcome to have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Kim. Good morning. This is Dora. I would encourage you to continue teaching your son Braille. I mean, my Braille level is like grade 1. And let me tell you, I graduated UNR last year, but it was so difficult. I wish I knew Braille, because as far as mathematics goes and science classes goes, knowing Braille would be so much better, because they do the Nimith code, where in my case I had to listen a lot of audio and try to finish my homework. But you know, determination prevailed, and I hence, you know, to you, you're doing a great job for your children. But as far as the Washoe County School District, I mentioned that because I don't have any kids who are visually impaired, but I got to keep up and make sure they're on track. And when I try to do that with this distance learning, oh my gosh, it's tiring. And it's not accessible. And when you tell a teacher, oh, it's not accessible, they don't even know what that means. You know, like, what does that mean? I can see it clearly. Why can't you see it? So.
Right.
Yeah. And
that's
so,
the problem. He's the only one with his vision. So Jonathan has very limited vision. He has limited peripheral, no depth perception. He had his right eye removed. So we're working with what he has left, and ultimately he'll be losing that vision in that left eye as well too. Christian that he goes to school with is blind, so even that you can see his struggle, and they try their best, but and that's what the hard part is, that you're trying to work with a teacher that does not have the right tools.
Exactly.
And you can't advocate properly on a consult versus a direct. So maybe if later on you and I can work, I don't know if you know who Sephora is.
Sephora
so that way Yes,
I know her. She's an awesome lady.
So that's some of the stuff that I've learned from her too. So just even being able to do this and interacting, because oftentimes we don't really get to see anybody from the vision community kind of come up to the table unless it's like a specific technology. But I know even with that, I know for a lot of families, they're being told to do such a technology and to drop the Braille. And anybody that I know, no matter what age, have said they wish they never just stopped with the Braille and you know, led on to assistive technology.
It's like
because you do
it's
miss
equivalent to ASL, you know. So it's an alphabet. So you got to have that in your life. I mean, I know if I go to the bathroom, I can read women, men. I mean, it doesn't stop me from going to the men's bathroom, but you know what I mean. But it's it's vital, and so we should really get together. And it takes a village, and Santa is leading the village.
And I appreciate your efforts even in the transportation committee. That's something that we were navigating that too. So this is why I really like when the Carrie and Catherine, everybody asked me to be a part of this. And I love the interaction part because you miss, this is not often that we are able to cross paths. Like I never probably would be able to have ever met Santa if it wasn't for something like this. My life wouldn't have been changed if I never met her. The same thing with you. I have now somebody that my son could use as a mentor and on how to get through college because he wants to go, but at this rate that he doesn't feel that he could. So we have somebody now that can change his ideal at this point. So I appreciate you even reaching out and bringing that up. So he will be excited for that.
Cool. I'll be here. You got my contact, so thank you.
Likewise, Ms. Dora.
I just want to say real quick, if anybody doesn't know, and we haven't really had a chance to meet in person with a lot of people, but our cards now are business cards for all of our staff are now also in Braille. So they've got Braille on the front and then, the information on the front and then the Braille on it. So it's good to know that Braille is still relevant and used, and we're happy to support it in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. So Karina, so I hope one day you all can meet mine too. They are a lot of fun. They are super funny, and they were so excited to be on this call that they ended up staying up all night because they were anticipating it so much, and then they crashed and burned. So I'll have to bring Karina and Jonathan back onto the screen at another time because they are both currently passed out. And so with Karina is 20 years old. She is the only one with her genetic syndrome in the state of Nevada, and she's only 1 out of 100 in the world. So I thought just having her being my oldest was crazy enough. And then my life just kept kind of moving along after that. So everything with her has always been trial by error because we don't really have a lot of data on where and what she was coming from. And she's also got a duplication, which most of her kiddos with the same syndrome don't have. And she's spread across a good chunk of her genetics on number 2. So that kind of put us in the area where we weren't really sure. So my daughter is now currently diagnosed with autism, but back then they did not have the MChat when she was going through early intervention. So we missed all of those opportunities, all of those services. Her nickname is Dory because we'll talk about something and then we totally forget and she'll go off somewhere else. So she's got a little bit of short-term memory loss. Her cognitive ability is probably somewhere between the age of 9 and 10, depending on situations and how much repetitive conversation we've had about it, where it's kind of like memory-driven. She's obviously classified as IDD. She's also got kidney disease. She's got some ortho impairments. She doesn't really able to walk very, very far. She's got hypotonia, so she's got a very low tone in the stomach, so we don't have a lot of movement. We barely, just a few years ago, found out that she needed a cecostomy tube placed. So basically that's the same setup as a feeding tube, but it's to the colon. Unfortunately, her body wasn't allowing her to fully function and, allow her to use the restroom properly, which caused a lot of trouble within the school because nobody wants to deal with a 12-year-old that's in a pull-up. And oftentimes they were just blaming her for just not wanting to use the restroom. Come to find out, she had elimination dysfunctional syndrome. So her 2 muscles were not working together to coordinate. And that led into her needing viscostomy too, which has actually changed her life. We were always with UTIs. And so it took us a long road to finally get some relief for her in that area and keep her healthy. But she is super funny. She's shy at times, but she really loves everybody. She attended the transportation summit last year and she never flew since she was real small for her brother's Make-A-Wish trip. So I have a ton of video that was posted on Facebook of her facial reactions, her freaking out, but she was so excited to go. And then she got to hang out with Santa. And every time I do partners, she gets to see Aunt Jody. And, you know, so it's just, it becomes a really good family network for us to kind of build off of. And we really started coming out with that hashtag NextGenAdvocate all of last year. And so my kids got to hang out with older self-advocates and find their way. And at our transportation summit, there was an individual with a vision impairment, and Jonathan was completely obsessed with him. He tried to write his contact information for that gentleman to reach out, and they were going back and forth. And at that transportation summit, we made Jonathan his own Gmail so that he can start reaching out to people on his own. Jonathan is a firecracker where Karina is more reserved, but she's very loving, very fun. Once she sees you, she never forgets you. So just trying to understand and teach her boundaries for strangers and things of that nature. She's currently back into school for her second return of 12th grade. So she feels very much senior and telling everybody else what to do since Jonathan just started high school this year. But just being able to watch them grow and try to navigate a world that necessarily wasn't ready for them. Go ahead. Was somebody saying something? Santa, was that you?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How are they going? How are they doing?
Karina, are you talking about like the online learning and all that?
Yes.
Okay, so Karina, that was fun. I'm not gonna lie, that was super fun, and that's me being sarcastic. She really could not comprehend and understand why school still wasn't going. With Karina, she becomes very driven in one way because it's very pattern, obviously with autism and all the other stuff, that she really struggled with. Why are we getting paper homework? Or even when they were doing online stuff, she became very accustomed to having reassurance from a teacher or a teacher's aide. Plus, she was also a teacher's aide in another one of her classes, so she wasn't able to do that. And then she was in choir, so being able to watch the YouTube videos that were being sent and then her try to relate that back in a Word doc just wasn't going to be something that she was capable of doing. So I talked to the teacher, and we recreated homework that I have made for her and to keep her on track with things, and it changed things. It made it a lot more smoother, because obviously we're all stuck at home, and then she would see us go to the grocery store every once in a while, or if I had to drive into a doctor's appointment, she's still seeing life moving, because not everybody obviously is staying home at all times. So she was still in her mind thinking that life was still going on and that we were, I won't say tricking her, but she just we couldn't wrap around. And plus her birthday was in April, so she couldn't go to Chuck E. Cheese, she couldn't go bowling, she had a whole list of people she wanted to invite. And so trying to explain to her that we had to wait, it wasn't able for her to process. Right now she's okay, but that first month and a half, I would have to say I was pulling my hair out. For Jonathan, I think has been okay. His teacher had a different approach. She held advisory through Google Hangouts pretty much every day at the same time. And it wasn't like it was classroom, but she really tried to ask the kids, each of them, to tell them how they were feeling. So there was a different sense of interaction with Jonathan's class. And then still working on home with him, like on his basic math skills. There's Prodigy, so he's able to do some of that stuff on the computer. And he grasps that. His cognitive delay is a little different than Karina's. It's not as profound as hers, so we're able to navigate around trying to explain something to him, and he's able to absorb it. His is more of a physical impairment, I would say. So I think the approaches between the two different teachers really changed the way that they were able to navigate through all of this. I know Karina was able to have weekly calls with her social worker that she talked to a lot at school. when she would, have a hard time at school, struggling, or she felt uncomfortable. So that's something that I think that kept her sound, because that was something that she was normally accustomed to doing at school. I think for everybody that whole aspect was something that we really missed, and hopefully we've learned from, on top of, how accessible things have not been for everybody. I would love to have checked in with another parent and see what their approach has been. Karina was probably my most difficult one. Jonathan was, I can navigate my way around it. Does anybody have any input on any of the parents that are on that call and how their kids have been able to navigate through?
Kimberly, this is Ellen, and I know Alyssa had a hard time up in the beginning. One of the things that Alyssa had said to me because school just abruptly ended, and in her world, everybody died. And that's where her feeling was, I'm not going to school because my teachers died. And I had to explain to her, no, that's not what happened. School died. School stopped because of this virus. And then what I did was I reached out to all of her teachers and said, she just needs to touch base with you. And she, so they started doing the Google Hangouts, and then they were giving her phone calls just so that she could hear their voice and understand they're still here, they're just not around. And they've been, Douglas County School District has been really good with, at least the high school, her teachers have been really good with making sure she gets her instruction. She gets her special education instruction twice a week. She gets her speech once a week. She's supposed to have pullouts for 30 minutes once a week. And then we also have her her IEP coordinator who contacts her twice a week, and they she and a paraprofessional, they get on with Alyssa and they kind of just work with what is in her IEP. So I have to say Douglas County's been really good at making sure that at least the students with the disabilities are being kept in touch with, and they're trying to follow these IEPs. So Alyssa's actually been doing really well. We do have some issues every now and then because it's not a structure. It's, mom's working at home, and so I'm just going to go do something else because she's too busy, so I'm not going to do my schoolwork. Where then I have to redirect her into doing schoolwork. But most of the time we can get it done. And like I said, at least we have probably 5 or 6 meetings where the teachers just check in to see what she's doing. So she doesn't like it when mom says, well, she says she doesn't have to do work. And they're like, no, you still got to do the work. But it is actually working out very well here in our rural county.
And Kimberly, before we move on, I think you're going to get to the next slide with Jonathan, but just FYI, Alison Greathouse, who's on here, she works for VR, and while her role on here is to learn for partners in policymaking and not to give VR advice, but she did say that the ability to use Braille is vocationally relevant. So there are services out there. So just wanted to throw that out there.
I appreciate that. And I see, again, if we didn't have this format, there's no way that, because I know he's at that point where he's about to be 15, so we're working our way into that avenue. It just, unfortunately, even if VR is okay with it, the school district necessarily isn't. So it's trying to mesh those two worlds and making sure that other people understand that for each individual, it's up to them to choose how they can obtain that information on their own and to maintain that information, and not just be kind of directed in one way. And because it is very expensive to do assistive technology. A lot of those screen readers are extremely expensive, and they're not completely 100% compatible with all the documents. And that's something that Carrie and I were talking about yesterday. My computer, for some reason, maybe it's too many pictures on it, but it wasn't allowing me to open up my PowerPoint So I went through my Google Slides, but my Google Slides says different accessibility than what we were accustomed to and what the DD Council kind of has a process for. So now we just added, I think, to that. But Carrie was able to take everything that I wrote and put it in a Word doc to make sure that DORA had it. So it's just this constant need to rearrange and readjust that. It's just because sometimes it becomes so overwhelming. And if you're a parent and you're not sure about everything and you're still trying to learn everything on top of trying to figure, it just becomes so time consuming and costly. And I think that's where parents, I know I will admit it, I really struggled with some crying fits, you know, in the dark or off to the side, knowing that, like, how can I make his world better? And how can I provide that for him? How can I make other people realize that he needs it? And if he needs it, somebody else does. So I appreciate you chiming in with that. And, you know, maybe between DORA and you and everybody else, maybe we can kind of come up with a game plan that how I can approach, or maybe DORA or someone else can help make sure we get that word out to the vision community. But I will quickly gonna go over JP and hope that you guys get to meet him soon. But Jonathan is my number 4. I have 5 altogether. So I thought I only had Karina, that was it. Typically people don't create multiple syndromes, usually kind of keep having the same syndrome if that's what, you know, you were blessed with. Jonathan came along and we found out he was 11p deletion. He was 11p. So his genetic syndrome is completely different than Karina's. Threw me for a whole new loop that I thought I was confident with Karina learning all of that. And Jonathan came in and shook the whole world around. And he definitely is a mover and a shaker once you get to meet him. And he's full of life and he's ready to live. And he really doesn't like being told that he can't do something. He definitely finds a way to make it happen. And he's often coaching Karina now, which is so funny because it's a role reverse. You know, he helps Karina get off the bus. He makes sure she gets where she needs to be going. But with Jonathan, his main struggle was that he had to obviously fight for his life for the childhood cancer. He lost his left kidney. It kind of came so rapidly. It was right before his 2nd birthday. We were going through trying to figure out why he just wasn't focusing and hitting the milestones visually. And UCLA couldn't figure it out. And obviously, I'm sure enough of us know that the insurance hop around to try to get quality doctors is a nightmare all on its own, in its own conversation. But we had to go through the whole process before we can actually get to the doctor that looked at him and goes, oh, he's got aniridia. And I was like, what is that? You know, and so what that is that he has no iris. So he does not have the green, the blue, the brown that all of us do that protects your cornea. And, you know, so he only has a pupil. So that little black dot that we all have, his whole eye is that, because he does not have that protecting cover of the iris. And that led into later on finding out after we received the cancer diagnosis that if I would have been able to research and understand what aniridia was and understand some of the other components to his genetic syndrome, we would have been fully aware that the Wilms tumor probably would have been approaching his lifetime. And we might have been able to navigate it differently. Unfortunately, we did not have that ability to put that all together at that short period of time. So we almost lost him. We were about a day away from the tumor rupturing. It was the size of his chest cavity. And I was lucky enough that the surgeon who did it allowed allowed him to take the camera in there and take a picture of it, which is not really the norm. And because of that, I've used that in a lot of my advocacy, because people just some people can't see it literally, even if you explain it to them. Some people are very much more visually drawn to understanding. So I do have a picture of it in his chest cavity and when they removed it. And that really has spoken to, I think, understanding the way that they approach. So between the two of them, they've got about 21 doctors, and a lot of them have become really close friends, just for the fact that typically doctors do not communicate with each other on a regular basis, patient-wise. So when you go into a doctor's office and you write down, here's my medical conditions, usually your folder gets put away, it gets put into the back room, you know, they might input it into the computer, but nothing else is really ever done. And because of that process, that's where the doctors weren't fully understanding what was going on with Jonathan. And if the two doctors would have recognized those two conditions that Jonathan had initially, and communication took place, or at least made me aware, I think we would have come in a different direction. But again, obviously life doesn't work out that way for us. So that's where my little advocacy kind of started with him. At that time, we didn't even know what kind of eye conditions he has. So he's got the aniridia that I mentioned with the iris. He's got He's got nystagmus, so his brain stem shakes his eyes. He's got optical nerve hyplasia, so all the nerve endings in the back of his eye did not fully develop. He was born with bilateral cataracts when he was born, so those were removed, implants were placed. He also was diagnosed with glaucoma, and so he's always had a problem with trying to regulate the pressures in his eyes. His right eye had multiple surgeries, so out of the 12 surgeries Jonathan's had, about 8 of them have been his eyes. And he's had multiple shunts placed with, unfortunately, his body started to reject the right one. And so his eye was bulging and the pressures were so high that him hanging around with like Raquel, Zipporah, and all of them led him to advocate for himself last year at 13 to go ahead and move forward with the process of removing his right eye. And now he has a prosthetic eye. He chose the color that he wanted, so now he has an iris in his sense, and he picked his mama's eyes, which are hazel. And right now we're still trying to navigate his left eye. We cannot control the pressures. He's got 2 shunts placed in that eye as well. He's got a handful of other impairments. You know, obviously he's got the autism and, you know, some organs issues. But outside of that, this kid is a mover and a shaker. He plays hockey. He plays special hockey. He's been on the Golden Knights ice 2 times. He's been in New Jersey on the ice with the Golden Knights and the Devils. They went to NHL's main. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. They went to their main headquarters and was able to visit with people. He's also obviously went to the Transportation Summit. He's talked on past Partners in Policymaking for Assistive Technology. The DD Council has been nice enough to have both of the kids in some of the flyers that they've printed out and acknowledged, you know, their attempts in trying to be a part of the world that they're growing up into. And so with him, he really would like to be a police officer. He still doesn't understand why he can't do certain things. I think he's starting to a little bit. He's got a new half brother that he's, you know, not always able to hold. And so he's like, well, everybody else gets to, why can't I? So we're really trying to get him to learn how to speak up for himself. So he did have that conversation recently with his dad, which is shocking to me because I still see him as a little guy, but he's about to be 15. He is about just shy of 6 foot already. He was currently, before school shut down, the manager for the track and field. So he was participating. He was the only kiddo that was allowed to get off the bus. I guess in Nye County, if you are on the special ed bus, you have to be dropped off and picked up. And we changed the way they approached that because we were trying to teach them independency. That worked out for us to some extent. And then the doctors that did the evaluation for him to play sports was like, kid, we're going to figure out whatever you need. So we, in some aspects, have been building really cool relationships in how we can make their life a little different. Karina's more reserved when it comes to that. So we're trying to work on a work program for her. I'm not really sure how we're going to be able to do that. But at that time, you know, when it comes to it, we've been working with another council member, making sure that we have the right connections for Nye County. I know this screen just skipped a few things, so I'll go really quick. So as I was saying, I have 3 other siblings for mine that have been the rock stars that I call them in advocating for Karina and Jonathan. They know how to remove Jonathan's eye, put it back in, clean it out, get Karina flushed, you know, handle her sarcostomy tube as needed. All 5 of mine know how to cook and clean, take care of themselves. We come up with lists. They all have their own chores still. They are very self-sufficient and independent for the ages that they are currently at. And I think the biggest part for me is that I've come to realize that unfortunately siblings do not have a lot of support services. And in my kids' case, because they have multiple conditions, there's multiple organizations, and I can't get to every one of them. And even if those 3 were to be in a specific support group, their siblings got more than one thing going on, so they still can't relate to other people. So I think even with the DD counselor hanging out with other families like, you know, Santa and Jody, and knowing that those individuals have siblings, and how Santa's family, you know, navigated with her, and getting that input from all these different angles gives voice to my kids that often can't mix and mingle with their typical peers. Because how do you explain your brother had cancer, he can't see, and this is going on, and they both have autism? Like, it's just so overwhelming for another individual that doesn't experience that to understand that sometimes the siblings will self-seclude or draw themselves back or try to disguise themselves and hang out with the wrong crowd. And so then it becomes very challenging at times, but often they're not, you know, they're not seen as the unsung heroes, as I call them. But if we, at some point, while we're navigating, representing, you know, the individuals that we're, you know, making sure that their voices are heard, I've really been strongly trying to make sure that we mention the siblings as well. Because honestly, in our last DED council meeting, I can't tell you, I've worked with some people that have started their own organizations because of their siblings. We've got really strong foundations down here in the South because of them being siblings. They're in the medical field, they're in the legal field, and often they don't talk about it. They just represent, you know, those pieces. But if they were comfortable in representing, mentioning, and getting the awareness out that, yes, I have a sibling with X, Y, and Z, I think we will end up building a stronger foundation, and maybe even possibly open up grants for the siblings to get into the fields that they obviously lived. And how much more effective would it be to actually have someone that has full firsthand knowledge? So that was some of the stuff that I was talking about in the siblings area, because all of my kids have always been to all the doctor's appointments. They go and sit, and they've been well behaved enough where even if I had a surgery, because I raised them by myself for a number of years, so I really didn't have access to outside support systems. My parents worked in the casinos on different hours where they weren't available during the day. Let's see here if my computer would shake it forward here. I think the next thing was just the family and friends building a nice support system, understanding that they advocate when you're not realizing it. My mom and dad attend events. I cut all my hair off. So my dad did it too. And he wasn't going to, but as soon as I did, he's seen it and he felt overwhelmed, and then he did it. My mom was about to go do it. They go to work and they find families that, you know, end up talking about something. Mom's like, oh, my daughter knows about that. And then she goes and tells somebody else. So we don't realize sometimes the travel of word by mouth, how much that plays into place. And I have an aunt that was just diagnosed with cancer. So because Jonathan and Karina have had so many medical, my mom called me up, and then I was talking to my family about some stuff, you know, to get my aunt better care for the little bit of time she has left. But I never would have been able to be a part of that conversation, in a sense, if I didn't already experience some of that. So now I can at least feel some confidence that whatever last day she has, I was at least a part of it. Keeping track of your records of where you've sent things is huge. Because after we write a lot of articles, or you write a lot of testimonies, you don't know which ones you've sent in or which ones you don't. I make jokes about, like, Google your name and see where you've been in case you forgot. But if you can ultimately or build your own archive of where you've been, if you ever chose to, you know, run for an office or sit in a higher position, some of the things that we're doing is obviously volunteer based. If you were trying to apply for a job, make sure that's on your resume. Knowing that you speak up and showing those leadership skills sometimes override your work experience. I've noticed that has been a huge thing. And then you're just building to your story where you can, like right now I'm talking about my own too, but you guys have chimed in and let me know that there's other avenues that I didn't maybe necessarily know. And now I've got relationships I can build. So my group just got bigger, which makes me very happy. So if you guys can just keep track of where you're at, what you're doing, and save your write-ups, and maybe alter them later on and just revise them, or, you know, you're able to maybe pull some information out when you're creating some new content. I know that's been kind of key and beneficial. And then the next slide, once it clicks over, was getting involved. So like reaching out to organizations like you guys already are, finding boards, committees, councils, town hall meetings, figuring out what bills are being put up for legislative session that you can speak on behalf of, getting to know those people, especially now that we've got the political world going. If you guys can figure out, or if you have free time, to look out who those next candidates are going to be, whether that's judicial for family law, whether that's, you know, your assembly, your districts, you know, all that. Those people are now going to be your new key set of individuals that will be sharing your voice, or that's who you're going to be going to hopefully get your voice heard. I seen the screen pop up. So did somebody leave a comment, Ellen? Ellen, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Kimberly.
Oh, okay, because I just seen it. The screen popped up, so I wasn't sure if somebody was trying to leave a comment, and I didn't want to over talk them.
But Santa did say, write a book. LOL.
If she give me the first one, I'll to read it. Let's see. So just making sure that you seek out opportunities. Like, don't be afraid. Like Santa said, get involved, speak up, go hang out, figure out who's showing up to those things. Unfortunately, a lot of times nobody goes. So that's why they don't initiate them anymore. I know sometimes the DD Council puts on meetings and people don't come, and it's not by any ill will. It's just sometimes life just navigate that way. And by doing this stuff virtually, it kind of gives us no excuse to now. So I kind of appreciate finding the positive in COVID sometimes. But I mean, it is what it is. And so it's how much you want to invest and how much you want to give back. And if you're really serious about making change, you're going to figure out a way to get it done. And then the last slide for this one was if you can let anyone know one or two things about your family, what would it be that they don't know? And then in that same answer, how could it be done better? Or how could it affect you in a different way that the outcome would be more desirable, if that makes any sense? So if anybody wants to chime in on that, I'm very much a people person. So I like to know why people do what they do and why they think and how they work. And so if somebody has something they want to add really quick, feel free to go ahead.
This is Dora, Kimberly.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I mean, I second the COVID-19. As an introvert, I enjoy the social distance. So with that said, I'm part of the National Federation of the Blind, and 2 years ago, we passed the Assembly Bill 140. And I think with that, it really kind of put me where I really enjoy doing it, which is policy. And my daughter, Shirley, she was 12 at the time. People at the legislature really like her because she's very outspoken and she's an extrovert. So she's a people person, and she kind of always, pushes me to speak up. And because before I didn't really speak up. And I knew Carrie, I think 2014, and I'm like, oh, she's a good person to know. And then after 4 years ago, maybe, George McKinley and Scott Young goes, you got to reach out to Carrie. She's awesome. So it all depends on, you kind of surround yourself with awesome, resilient people. And sometimes you come across those who are not very kind to you, but you take lessons from that. And you take it as constructive, I guess, feedback. And sometimes when it's negative, you kind of step away from that type of crowd and you move forward. So thank you for the opportunity.
And I think, I did text Catherine when I found out that you were on there, and I was like, yes, because I know I called you out at the transportation and you seemed a little more reserved, and I said, oh no, maybe hang on, Kim, slow down. And see, actually I'm a both. I'm okay. I'm a very much of an extrovert when it comes to defending other people or speaking on behalf of. For myself, I'd rather not talk about it. But I think I've learned with the kids, if I don't, I'm missing an opportunity to change their life. And I think by looking at them struggle, that's what gave me the ability to want to push forward, especially with all the different circumstances that go on, because people do really look at you two different ways. If I'm talking to you guys, you see me as, oh, okay, write a book, or hey, you're really crazy and you do all these things. How do you do all that? And I think the reason why we stay busy too is that's how we cope. I know that's how I cope. I can help myself in a sense by helping someone else that lived it. But the other aspect is people, depending on what way you meet me. So for example, if one of my teenage girls got into trouble, or, they went to the dean's office or something like that, they look at me and go, Kim, you have way too much on your plate. This is probably why they're acting that way. All these other negative things, not really taking into account what are they offering to ease that plate? What have they taken the time to ask the girls what's going on, or why they're doing what they're doing, or what's going on in their life? What was the burdens that they feel that they need to take that avenue? And I think that's where we get a chance to educate them on those aspects, because that very much could put somebody in a house and never come back out.
I know. And yesterday we went to the clinic for my kid's physical, and Shirley was with me, and the lady was like having the mask, and she goes, now, can you put this on your mom? And she goes, my mom's blind, but everything else works. So why don't you ask her?
Right. Those are the fun things that honestly, if you're not in this world, in this community, like even with Santa, with her chair, she's got the light up wheels. Santa, I call her Hot Wheels. Like we have a lot of fun with being really loud and crazy when we go places, when we go to conferences. I am very outspoken, and we're always the loud table when they have different states, and we're like, yes, Vegas is here. We're here, everyone. And then, we brought the party, and we're always goofing off, and we make a lot of jokes, and I think that's the only way you can actually truly cope with it. I've got a hearing master that I know. Her daughter has autism too, and you know, she's very, you know, obviously she's a leader. She's, you know, she's an attorney, and now she's, you know, a hearing master. But the fact that she makes jokes just like we do, it makes you relatable. And so I appreciate you even stepping out of your pocket now and being involved and making jokes and I don't know, it just makes me happy and warm, and even especially now, not being able to really communicate with people, and it gives you an avenue to break the ice. And I don't know, I really appreciate everybody's input, and if it's not this time right now, hopefully they'll have me back for another one, and then we can, you know, carry on about something else. But I am always around, and if I'm and here's the problem, I don't really like talking on the phone because right now the kids are sleeping, but I mean, I'm sure they're probably in the house now awake, but they would be coming in and out. And all of us know as parents, it's very hard to have a conversation when you're constantly stopping and going. So for me, it's always like text or email. I can get my content out without distracting either side. And so sometimes people don't like the fact that you don't want to talk on the phone. Or if I'm free, it's late at night when everybody's sleeping and I'm still awake and get 2 hours of sleep. So it's just trying to find that balancing act. Which everybody's comfortable with, but I really am excited for the class that you guys have right now, especially being the first one to do this. Carrie, how do I get out of the screen that I am currently in to go on to the next one and shimmy on through? Because that's only a couple slides. Because that was going to be more of an interactive one. A new share, is that what you push?
I believe so. I'm still learning as well.
Okay, thank you guys for bearing with me.
And I do want to mention one thing about, you know, how you said about we have to kind of find the blessings of some of this COVID stuff. And I think that's true. I mean, this has been a huge pain, but I think it's also been a huge learning opportunity. You know, virtually doing these partners classes this way has opened up a whole new avenue. We're working on, you know, we've got our Zoom account, but we're working on making sure that we can get closed captioning during our Zoom. And, you know, just I'm learning more about Zoom and ways to meet people. The council, which can't say too much about because we haven't had our June council meeting, but, you know, we're going to be talking about the issue of accessibility and people with disabilities to the internet, to devices, so that they're not isolated all the time because they are stuck at home. And so I know just for my son alone, he has dysgraphia, and so writing has been horrible for him, and he is now a speech-to-text master through the COVID stuff. So there's always a silver lining, I think, in everything, and so I appreciate the opportunity to learn and expand my knowledge as well. This has been very interesting.
My screen at the bottom is just like, you know, it's doing the circle of death.
Okay,
So
I think Santa wanted to say something.
Yes. Go right ahead, Santa.
For me, I love I love Zoom meetings. I love Zoom meetings because if I'm not around, I can type on my own. This is I can have conversation. People were not able to talk to me before. It is helpful.
Well, and one of the things too, this is Carrie again, that I think was, you know, I always say we don't know what we don't know. That's not an excuse for ignorance, but I think learning different things and, you know, realizing, in DORA, I'm just going to keep calling you out and you just keep calling me out. So, you know, one of the things that we realized through Zoom that DORA, you know, we realized is people are talking and sharing their screens, but doesn't do much good for DORA. So it's where we go back to talking about universal design and making sure that things are universally accessible and finding ways, and just thinking about that when you're doing all of the presentations and whatever you're doing in your daily life. You have to think outside the box and not just what you're in your comfort zone, but what other people need as well. So, and then I see Kimberly, you got your slides up. So are you okay? Do you need me to do it? Or you're good to go?
It's slowly but surely going. It's just,
Okay.
you know, it's like, Kim, you're talking too much and it's like just dragging on here. So it's just, it's trying to work with me, I guess. No, I have like probably 30,000 pictures in my MacBook, and it's just probably telling me that I need to either export those out. So I'm trying my best here, guys. So I appreciate it. So this right here, since everybody's already doing this in a sense, and I had based it off of not sharing where people were. So I was trying to be pulling that, you know, interaction piece, because I like to learn a lot. And so I think just everybody knowing their community, I'll make this super quick because obviously my time will be coming up in the next few minutes, but a lot of times we go about our daily business just doing our own thing, and we really miss the chance of, like, you know, relating to other people. And I'm a very observational type person. I can read people pretty well. And so that's why sometimes I think I like being quiet. It's kind of worked for me in other areas of my life, especially with my 2 teenage girls. They assume you're something, and then when you pop off with all this stuff and you have people looking at you going, oh, okay, you're that kind of person. I find it interesting and fun, and then I can make jokes about that later. But I think we really miss the fact of, until things get brought up, how many opportunities did we miss on speaking on behalf of? So when, you know, for down here in the South, for Vegas, when they wanted to put the homeless, you know, stuff into action, then you've seen everybody, you know, commenting. But where have we all been this whole time before they put that type of regulation in place? And I think that's where sometimes there's a lot of political divide. You know, a lot of times there's certain people that are voicing their opinion, and then you got those that jump on the bandwagon after the fact, which we lost all validity to actually even make the positive change. Now it's just fighting back and forth. And so I think it was teaching my own kids to be aware. Like my daughter Marissa, every time when they were growing up on a playground, she'd always find one kid on that playground that had a different ability like her sibling, and she would be just zoned in on them to go hang out and play with them. And then Samara, she's very much a motherly figure, so she's seeing kids not playing or by themselves, she's very much like, come on, hang out with the rest of our kids. So, and then Jeremiah, which is my youngest one, he's always been kind of like the little big brother. And I always made sure that Jonathan had somebody to play with and they were moving forward, or brought other people that if they were picking on him or saying something, that he would correct them very quickly. And so that they are aware of what's around them and how often people's other experiences in their life hindered them from being able to, you know, look into things that are around them altogether. But so one of my other questions for this one was, if anybody wants to share what they hold dear about their community, whether that's, you know, specifically in the disability world, or just their neighborhood, or the way that, you know, like some of you guys said, like Ellen said, that her school community really stepped up and made sure that, you know, they made it easy for her daughter. And so, like, just the community means a lot of things to everybody. So it's not one specific thing, but what part also, that's like a 2-part question, is what do you wish you can learn more about of that, either that same community or a different part of that, if anybody wants to chime in on that.
I can say, well, with about the community, with all the different supports that people with disabilities have, especially growing up, that type of support I got in learning to, I really like that. So you get support no matter where you are, with either having a disability or, yeah, just needing a person to talk to that shares the same experiences as you. So
And what's one thing in your community that you wish you could either learn more or expand more on, that maybe you haven't done yet but you would like to?
Right now, since I'm involved with the transportation, be learning more about that. I mean, about accessing transportation and stuff like that, because right now it's pretty difficult for me right now. The only transportation I have access to and I use is Lyft and stuff like that. So I would say having more access to that and learning about that. So it's good that I'm involved with the transportation committee right now to learn more about that.
And I think we're gonna have a lot to learn from you as well. And I think that's another thing that people don't realize, that is once they get themselves involved on a board or a committee, you're sitting with other like-minded people, and especially for the DD Council, you've got about 23 other people, whatever role they're sitting in, and you have their background of what they're doing and what they're working with in the community and their personal, and then you've got a voice set when you're sitting at that table, and you're getting to know some of those key players that are running those organizations or those departments that you never would have been able to have ever encountered before. So that's not only empowering to the person that's sitting at that table, but to give voice to what that whole table's approach is. And so that's why I like being part of the DD Council too. There's just so many aspects to different approaches, and every time we go, there's always something positive coming back out, and being a parent and then knowing that my kids live in that same community, that they're not being forgot about is something that I really I think appreciate the most. I think for me, as mine get older and I'm not as responsible for them as I normally have been, I would like to learn about more different conditions. Because my kids have rare genetics, I am obsessed with anything that has anything to do with medical, and I absolutely love law. Because they kind of coincide together. A lot of things are related into one to the other. But I would like to expand on that avenue. Does anybody else have any input for that one?
This is Dora. Kimberly, can I speak on that a little bit more? So with me, I would like to expand on like recreational, adaptive recreation for any disability, because right now, I get up at like 4 a.m. and I'm out the door by 5 to go for a walk, because one, it's dark and who cares? And there's nobody around but me and my dog. So I like it. It's quiet. You get to hear different bird sounds and just the early serenity and roses smell and different scent. But I really want to expand if there's other recreation that, that people, other adaptive recreation for people with disability that maybe we could start here in Washoe County and move outward to something different than people who are blind. Because I've been focused on visual impairment for a long, long time. And I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm just going to say blind because it's easier. And I hope nobody's offended by that term. But I just want to expand more out of that zone, because, and relate and interact and collaborate with other disability in my community and the state.
Okay, so I wrote that down because Jonathan, I'm part of a Spectrum on Ice, so it's a lot of it had to do with at first the autism community, but now it's gone on to all abilities. And so in that regard, Carrie's a special education teacher for Clark County School District, but she also is an ex-figure skater, a professional, and a snowboarder. She is married to an ex-NHLer, but who's currently a firefighter, and their son is the firstborn Vegas Golden Knight, Gage Quinney, who was signed with them. So she went and took her dream before the Golden Knights even came and created a program for anybody from any level all the way through their whole lifespan to learn how to ice skate and to play hockey. So they went ahead and have been really trying to build a relationship with the Golden Knights, and Jonathan has an accessible puck that they got for him. And I will have to research some more stuff on some other things, but I jotted that down because I know Carrie was very much involved with that. So we were working with USA Hockey as well as ASHA. So there's some other things there. But unfortunately, I know especially, the only reason I say vision impairment is because everybody's got a different level, and I don't want to, like you said, offend one person or the other. So I just hit the whole box with whatever impairment. But Jonathan was trying to play all sports. He still rides his bike right now, and everybody cringes, but he's comfortable and confident, so I'm not taking that away from him yet. But it's just how we figure things out. So I did jot that down, Dora. So I'm really excited how interactive you are with me, and I'm getting to learn so much. And then I will definitely get back to you with what I can figure out and navigate.
Another thing that I would like to add to learning about more in the community is like with job searching and stuff because with jobs and stuff like that, that's something that with individuals with disabilities and stuff that I would know because it can be hard to like navigate sometimes. With me, I just graduated last year with my MSW, so finding jobs is better suited for you and with my disability, physical disability, finding ways to navigate. I'm working with the VR vocational rehabilitation to navigate that. So.
Well, congratulations on your accomplishments, and I know right now there's other people that we can maybe help plug you into, or we can touch bases with you. I think maybe off-site. But Santa, do you have anything to add about with what she just mentioned, that with your extensive educational background and you trying to apply for jobs and how that's gotten you to and from and where you're at? Is that something that do you have something you want to chime in on that, just so she knows she's not in it on alone?
I think Santa's trying to unmute herself, but I see her typing.
Okay.
And I just want to mention we haven't heard from Allison or Kate or Carrie or Sarah yet, so feel free.
And it's virtual, so we can't bite that hard.
That's right. Santa said it's hard.
Well, this is Carrie Thomas. Hi. I just want to say a couple things, Kimberly. First of all, I love that you talked about siblings. I find, because I have 3 children and my youngest is the one who has disabilities, and the burden on the kids, my little one has epilepsy and my kids have to know how to give him his rescue medication. They also have to know that there's a chance that the rescue medication doesn't work. And the burden that the siblings have is, it's hard for them to relate to their peers. And so I'm impressed that you will talk to their teachers and their principals about what goes on at home. I feel like I've had the opposite experience, that sharing that information has led to them being called out and isolated in odd ways that are like sympathetic, and my kids don't want to be treated like, they don't want to be called out. And I don't know, for instance, my son had a band teacher who, for it seemingly out of nowhere, said, "You guys don't know what he goes through at home." And I was like, oh, this is not appropriate. This is nobody's business. And our life is good. We just have a child who has issues. So, I mean, it's just, I'm impressed that you're able to find, I just am not that comfortable sharing our personal, private things. And maybe for that same thing, that I don't want my son or our family defined by any one thing.
And let me let me clarify that. So it has not always worked out my benefit. I will say that when I've had those conversations, it was very much like, for example, my 14-year-old, he is totally cool with defending other people, but he himself does not really like attention drawn to him. So if they had a project they were supposed to read out loud, or if they were doing other things, they have a tendency to want to be the quiet one so that they get overlooked. So when they automatically get called out, whether that's just for a school project, I feel like they still are carrying, oh my gosh, everybody's looking at me, and I don't know if they know or not. So I, from the longest time, tried to, when they were very small, make them comfortable with it, because obviously even when in your own family setting, so like your extended family, not everybody understands or gets what we're going through, and sometimes we get ostracized just within our own stuff. So I actually was pretty blessed that I have my parents. My sister's in the medical world, and I do not have the same relationship with my sister that's in the medical world. So I think in my regards to explaining some of the kids' behavior was, hey, excuse me, they're just not acting out like typical peers. These are other things that are added to those components, but that is not what defines them. So I don't think they've necessarily been.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood. I thought you were.
Some of the teachers were maybe were more loving. It was more along the lines of trying to explain the whole piece of them. So like in regards to the kids, like even with their IEPs, Karina and Jonathan know exactly what they have going on with them. They know how to tell you what they have. Not that they fully understand what that entails, but that they were comfortable with hearing somebody speak about them in that way, so that it wasn't a shock at all when I got into the real world. And that's where we were making jokes a lot. Like, like, I see you. Hey, did you see that, Jonathan? If you tripped and fell, like, how come you didn't see that? Like, just making him, making it a different approach. So with your son's condition, maybe it's slightly different because of the severity of how that takes place. I actually have 2 dogs that actually have seizures, so they have to now take care of those 2 that happens to. But I just think it's depending on what you're strongest with. And in the very beginning, trust me, I was not the way I am right now. I was more reserved, because then I'm telling you right now, like I mentioned, people look at you depending on how they come across to you. So some people are like, oh my gosh, you sit on these councils, you have all these kids, like how and why are you doing all of this? You've got too much on your plate. Maybe that's
Kimberly?
why those behaviors are existing. Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Your internet is kind of going in and out a little bit, so it's a little bit harder to hear you. And so Allison also asked if someone is not speaking, please ask them to mute. She's having a really hard time hearing with all of the feedback.
Okay. So maybe what I can do is maybe I can reach out to her in that regard after the fact, and just give her my email address, and we can chit chat about that. Because I know right now when you were speaking, it was kind of cutting in and out. Are you guys able to hear me clearer now?
Not really, but it may be one of those times of the day where everybody's getting on their internet and it's just sucking up all the power.
Okay. So let me see. Let's get through here real quick. So I know, like, lending a hand, if you can still hear me, volunteer is like one of the greatest gifts that we can all give each other. Just reaching out, finding out ways you can to volunteer. We can't really make changes unless we get involved and interact with other people. And some of our talents that we have that we might not be fully aware of might be the saving grace to another organization. Be the reason why someone else's life is impacted for the better. It ultimately allows us to leave our mark with this in our world, and ultimately results in what our children hopefully will see and take on for their upcoming future as they grow and we're no longer here. And I know I'm got about 15 minutes, right, Carrie?
Give or take. I mean, we're not going to cut you off right at 12:15. This is valuable information, so.
You got to kick me underneath the table and be like, Kim, come on now. Okay, so another thing was, it was just a lot more, this one was more interactive of asking what people were doing, since I wasn't really familiar with. So it's just, what types of volunteer opportunities have you guys already been involved with, whether that was past or present, and what were the effects and impacts of those involvements that had on your life, and why to you do you think volunteering is important to other organizations? So, I mean, if you want anybody to chime in on that, they're more welcome to, or if you want me to skedaddle on, or whatever you guys want me to do, I'm totally game for.
Well, I can chime in on the volunteering experiences that I did, that I have been doing, especially with being on different committees right now. And then the volunteering that I did in the past, whether it's Best Buddies, the Down Syndrome Network of Northern Nevada, I did that for a little bit. So I did lots of volunteering, and it's good to learn more about, listen to different individual stories, especially with their disabilities and what they're doing, what they have been doing to overcome that, and how they're doing it. I like that, those stories, especially as a social worker, and wanting to learn more about that. helping children with disabilities. Yeah. So.
And if anybody else wants to chime in, go ahead. But that's what I had said before in the last slides was this is almost like my saving grace, my my ability to redeem anything that I maybe feel as a parent I fell short on, or to learn off of. So I everything that I do outside, I've actually stopped working. So anything that I am related to is all volunteer based. Just so the fact that I am, one, not obligated, and something ever changed in my family, I'm not putting somebody else out. Because I know obviously with our families, it's very difficult sometimes to navigate and negotiate whether time off is acceptable. You have, all those different avenues for insurance. And so just so for me to avoid all that and making sure I gave the best I could with the kiddos, I've just resulted in just volunteering only. Is there anybody else that has anything that they want to share with any of their volunteer experience?
Hi, my name is Sarah. And I have a almost 16-year-old son with Down syndrome and autism. And the difficult thing for me is I adopted him, and what I'm told is the first 12 years of his life, he was pretty neglected and didn't have a lot of services. So it's pretty difficult now. He's lived with me for 3.5 years to play catch up and become, one, a parent, two, learn how to be his advocate, but three, also prepare him for adulthood and transition. He communicates by only a few signs, some picture exchange. So sometimes I find it hard to know what it is he wants and to talk about things in the future. Luckily, he's recently come around to being a little bit more confident and wanting to show us different things that he likes. So then I started volunteering for organizations like I shared in the chat, like the Washoe County Special Ed Panel and the Down Syndrome Network of Northern Nevada, to educate myself on what's available out there. Because I know, and that's why I'm doing partners. I'm learning so much because I know there's a lot I didn't know in order to help him. But really, I want to make sure that I'm honoring his wants. And I figure the best way right now is to volunteer and to educate myself, because right now it's difficult with his limited ability. I know one thing that we're really working on, and I've learned through volunteering in these organizations, is he was in a pretty restrictive environment, and it took a long time, until adoption was finalized. And even I have a background I work in special education. I found that it pushing for, we want him to go to his zoned high school. We want him to be involved where his typical peers are, how much pushback I get, and how much I don't want it to be a combative thing. I want it to be teamwork, and okay, maybe there's things I don't know yet, or I don't know enough about his education. But so I think basically volunteering in organizations and learning and spending time in partners is really teaching me and giving me, and listening to parents like you and to Ellen is making me feel a lot more empowered to speak up and say, no, this is what I know is the right thing and where I want him to go. So I don't know if that was a blabbery mess, but that's my why I think volunteering for me has been really important.
So I'm just going to tell you, you jumped on the bandwagon as much as we all are. Even if we had ours from the very beginning, everything you just mentioned is still our everyday. In a nutshell, no matter how much we figure out, we are still exactly in the same spot, all mushed together, like you said, just still figuring out the education, still getting the pushback, still trying to volunteer, still trying to figure them out, still trying to give them their own voice. And now you and that's exactly where I'm at. You're so accustomed to advocating for someone, and then now have to give it away a little bit. You're like, I don't know how to do that, but then you're trying to teach them. So it's a very much a game of chess back and forth, and everybody learning each other. And so I applaud you for you giving him a better future. And in all honesty, I probably will be one to go into foster care and actually moving forward with adoption. I don't know if I could ever not be doing what I'm doing, as hard as it is. And it becomes so part of you that you can no longer just function what they call now civil. I don't know how to be a civilian. I'm not an easy going person where I could just kind of sit around and do nothing. I am so accustomed to either always being on the move, shaking, or moving something or causing trouble somewhere, that I don't think that I could just sit back and let things kind of go back to some of the areas that it resulted to. So if we all stop, I mean, I don't even want to think about what the future is for other people. So I think there's always room for us to continue to volunteer, even if we've grown out of the roles that we currently sit in. So I've even moved forward with trying to be a CASA advocate now within the court system, which will put me with the foster care kiddos, and then also work a lot with the juvenile system. So there's a lot of kiddos in the juvenile system that were diagnosed with, they have not been diagnosed, that are currently dealing with mental health issues, and or they have autism. So our state in Vegas just came up about a year and a half ago, 2 years, it's called day court. So it was diversion court for kids on the spectrum. And so that gave a way to a lot of the unfortunate mishaps, some of which, the school district aren't catching the triggers and kids are reacting. And, teacher might have got hit, or a kid got pushed, or, kids just had a severe meltdown and got charged with something. So making sure that each one of these kids get a diagnosis and they have representation, and that they have things, community providers set in place so they can actually be successful. Because if that interaction ever took place, I mean, I don't even want to know what they would be involved in as an adult. And so just looking into the adult system too, how many individuals are in the current system that may have mental health or undiagnosed autism as an adult. So our world just kind of exploded into other things that I never even knew that I was going to get involved in. So that's some of that. And it is crazy to feel and figure out all the different avenues of advocacy through volunteer, which most people don't think of that. Waiting for my screen to move again. I don't know if it's just like Carrie said, the interaction with the internet, but the next one was like breaking through the, was community outreach. So whether it's a disability related health fair, maybe a school rally, a weekend's farmers market that either you are doing yourself, or somebody you can plug in to your everyday interest, and then now that becomes your drive, which ultimately gives you the firsthand knowledge in sharing that with other people. And I've always been one to keep a notepad with me, whether it's small or large. And when you're driving and listening to music and something pops in your head and then you end up forgetting, I will try to jot that down. I'll tell Siri to put it in my notes. If you're hanging out in a conversation like now, or you see something on Facebook, I like to jot things down so I can go back and try to either share that with somebody else or build off of that on my own and expand it maybe for our own state. Just always having like a thinking tank, or what do they call that? Like a parking lot for yourself, is something that I found alleviated a lot of extra stress on my head, because we're always constantly thinking of ways to do something better. And that alleviated me having to hold on to it mentally. But a lot of the stuff with the breaking through the barriers really quick was, we all live very challenging lives. And obviously we've all kind of shared some of that already, whether that's challenging in a good or a bad way. But during those times, I think we really figure out who we are, what we are, and you really can't fix things unless you realize or understand why it's broken. And oftentimes we're blindsided until it affects us in some way, whether that be the COVID, a diagnosis, unfortunately an accident that now puts you in an area you never thought you were going to be, and now you have a disability, or vice versa. Just however it works out, until it hits us, do we really ever really give it a second thought? And I know with a lot of organizations, they try to baseline what a need is for a specific community that they're working with. But until they really get that interaction and that conversation going on with the people that are consuming their services, do they really know what that true need is? And like what Santa said, speak up all the time, because otherwise they're just going to keep going with what they think is good and not realize that there's some deficits or concerns, or, hey, these things are really working well, so they can continue to build. So as long as we keep using our voice, I really think that we can lead the way in the flow for, especially right now when we're all opening up. We all have a lot to say about what didn't work, what should be in place, what was. So I think we really, if we have some spare time on our hands, like really jot down what could this have done better for ourselves, but for the community. So when we do get those opportunities to speak up on how to change things, whether that's accessibility for a website, online learning, making sure that people are in communication with our kids, because they need that sense of structure, whether that's the good, bad, or the ugly, but just really identifying personal barriers and community barriers. I think that really kind of builds for a stronger sense of organization within your community. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, collaboration is huge. So
Kimberly, can I jump in just real quick?
Yep.
I just want to kind of reiterate that on telling your story and writing things down. people don't think that they can make an impact, but every day I get, well, not every day, but just about every other day, I get emails from our national association, from, you know, administration from community living, and Santa knows this as well, that they want stories. They want personal stories. They want to see where their funds are going. They want to see where their funds should go. And like legislature, they don't listen to us. We're professionals. They don't care what we have to say because they think that we're just out to get the money. But they do listen to your stories. It does make a difference. It does matter. And they do listen. So, you know, building your story, keeping your story. I know NACDD is always collecting them. If anybody wants to, if anybody has a story they would like to share with me, you know, you can always email it to me, because we also collect stories. And then if I get somebody, you know, one of our national association that says, hey, I'm going in front of, you know, Congressman so-and-so, and I need, you know, kind of some personal stories about how this affected somebody, I can just pull them up and throw them out there. So please, you know, don't think that your story isn't important. Every story is, and it needs to be shared. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I know a lot of communities are trying to build bridges around. Did somebody else have a comment? Because I've seen there's a little tab up there that there's another comment. If there is some, stop me and I'll chime in. A lot of times when people are building community organizations, or when they're trying to bridge gaps and collaborate, they're usually around a specific topic or ideal. There's usually a joint buy-in for an interest of groups or individuals that they're trying to work with. So my biggest thing was the DD Council is a great example for collaboration. There's, you know, the 23 different roles that come together and vouch on behalf of a specific community. So, and that's all different abilities. And with each 5-year state plan, we can really, it gives us the flexibility to adjust what those changes are over time. So I'm really grateful for that aspect. And then
we're going to be talking about our 5-year state plan next. So this is a good segue.
Girl, okay.
And then Santa did comment, and she said, yeah, good or bad in reference to stories. They want good stories or bad stories.
Right. Just overall, the impact that, like Santa said, good or bad has had on you. That way, when they go back to sit at the table, they can justify, because somebody can write a really nice bill and write a really nice grant, ask for specific funds in the greatest way ever, and ultimately would be the biggest fail for that community that they would have been interacting with. So just making sure that in as you grow, you're going to revise it. So it's never going to be that one same story you're sharing over and over again. Pieces of it will be, but it will grow along with you as you move through your journey. But the DD Council has been a really great eye opener. And then when I sit on other things, you can look at the different approaches and how people work together. So the more tables you sit at, the greater you'll end up becoming, because you will see how different people approach different things, and different chairs of those councils, boards, and committees chair things differently. They give different opportunities out. So that makes you as a whole a different person, how you will do the same in return. So I think with sitting at this table for the DD Council, it just really gives you the chance to educate people versus trying to tell somebody what they should and shouldn't be doing, which I think is more beneficial in the long run. And how you actually truly bring what we call awareness out. If anybody has anything else they want to add to that, you know, you guys are more than free to stop me there or add to it. Let's see here. And I think the last thing was, and I might be right on the penny here, which is odd because Kimmy can talk, is that I was going to ask you guys some more questions. If you guys can list at least 5 organizations that you've either been involved with or would like to be, or, you know, some ways that you've been involved in your community that maybe it's outside of some of these councils and committees. Like, do you attend like a parent support group? Are you on, you know, like Facebook support groups? Like, how do you find and involve yourself within the community outside of like what we're doing right now? And then lastly, what would be one thing that would better the community that you're currently living in? So you guys have the floor. And if somebody wants to chime in, please do. All right, guys, not hearing any. I might have talked you to
Hi,
death.
it's Carrie Thomas again.
Hello.
So I do a couple of social media support groups through Facebook, a little bit on Instagram. I don't love them, honestly. I just, maybe it's because I'm an introvert, or maybe, I don't know. They do give me some experiential knowledge as a mom. Sometimes individuals who have similar disabilities to my son will be adults and they'll share, and I think, oh, that's lovely to hear how good they feel, and that is really empowering. But mostly I just don't personally get a lot out of them. But I did complete a professional degree early on when my son was diagnosed in child life, because I knew I'd be spending a lot of time in and out of doctor's offices and hospitals. And so that's how I put my anxiety to benefit my own family, was learning about child development and appropriate medical interventions and helping him cope and not, and my other children not backslide developmentally during the stressful times.
Well, I definitely jotted that one down. And if you didn't chime in, I would never have known that. So that's as hard as it is sometimes. And I think the different levels that we're currently at, I think we rub off on each other a little bit here and there. But I'm glad that you spoke up and at least gave us that insight too. So if we ever come across, at least you are now maybe an avenue to help someone else, another parent, maybe seek that opportunity that maybe is not comfortable to put themselves out there in that way, that there is other avenues in advocating for and behalf of, and still holding true to your own approach. So I'm grateful that you are still, expanding and that you're still willing to try, even if it is uncomfortable for you, just so that you're still involved. So I would give you a lot of cahoots for that one.
With the community, like, involvement that I've been involved with, especially with my passion about helping individuals with disabilities, especially children. So I've been involved with maybe a lot of disability places that support individuals with disabilities, like Best Bodies, Down Syndrome Network, and then volunteering, and especially working at early Head Start Center, learning more about children's development and the barriers and stuff like that. And then wanting to learn further with that, with my MS, now that I have my MSW degree and stuff like that, wanting to expand on that no more as a professional.
And with all those extra community involvements, those are priceless. Like, we get to live with those forever, and that's something that nobody can take away from us, and something that we can instill into our own children, and and to whoever else we interact with, which I think is huge for me. I'm a sucker for education. Like, I will pick up anything. I will try to read it. I don't like being not in the know, and maybe that's just because, when you follow the process of what a doctor tells you to do with your children, or you follow along like other people, and it just doesn't fit for you, you start to learn that you need to on your own advocate and try to push forward. So I think that's where me wanting to seek out as much education or knowledge as I can, so that I am still, I think Carrie used that word a long time ago, even though things aren't working where they should be, that doesn't give us the, and I can't say the way she said it, but the way she said it hit around the dot. It doesn't excuse the ignorance. So I don't want to be ignorant and missing out on something, even though I know I won't know it all. But as long as I have the opportunity to continue to educate myself, and I feel that I will be a better me, and then a better whatever else I fit into along the way, if I continue to expand. So I think my husband Josh makes the biggest joke is I'm a jack of all trades but a master of none. I just keep trying to absorb whatever I can bring on, because we really truly can't master a ton of things, because it's always ongoing and always evolving. So as long as we continue to put ourselves being plugged in, whether that's educational, whether that's getting out in the community, being a really loud advocate, making positive change where people know our face just by our name. I really appreciate all you guys speaking up, and Carrie, having me participate in this. But if anybody ever needs to reach out to me, you can go ahead and ask Carrie them and get my contact information or my email address, and hopefully we'll be able to interact more, and then I'll have you introduce you to my group of kids. I call them the monkeys. So I'll introduce you guys to my zoo. But I really appreciate you guys still sticking through it, even though this is completely different and the first of a kind for us. But I've learned a lot. I've jotted down a lot of notes, and if you guys ever need something, please feel free to reach out, and I will do the same in return. But if nobody else anything else to add, Carrie, the floor is yours.
Okay. Allison Carrie says, thank you for your time. We've got Rock On, thanks. I know, Kimberly, I have known you for a long time. We've been in many, many council meetings and conferences together, and I'm still always inspired and appreciative of what I learned from everybody here. So thank you. And Kimberly never gives herself enough credit. She's got her, like she said, 5 monkeys, but she also chairs, her and Santa are like the queen of the committees on the council. They both step up and chair the committees, most of our committees, and they are just always doing stuff in the background, you know, advocating, and they don't get paid to do it. So we really, really, really appreciate you guys being on here. And Kimberly, if you would like to stay on, feel free. If you have to go, we completely understand. And everybody's presentations will be sent out after the class, so you guys will have that as well. Doris says, this has been very informative and a productive Saturday. Thank y'all. Santa and Kimberly, stay safe, active, resilient, and happy. There you go. And so if you guys can just bear with me for maybe 40 minutes, I can get us done, and then we can be done for the day. Are you guys okay with that, or do you need to take a quick break? Okay, Allison's good. All right. Okay, the one good thing about Zoom is you can take the computer into the bathroom or into the kitchen and nobody knows it. So, all right, so thank you guys. And I am going to start now trying to screen share. There's a couple things just wanted to go over with you guys. This was something that's pretty cool that was brought to my attention, and I just got it an email this morning, so I haven't had a chance to send it out. But I don't know if any of you have heard of Crip Camp, and it's a great video that talks about, you know, kind of the history of disabilities at this one camp. But they're having an online summer training series for grassroots advocates and activists. And on the flyer, it says Crip Camp, the official virtual experience, and it's got a old time school bus with peace symbols on it. And it's also got a accessible ramp. And Ellen, if you're on there, when I'm screen sharing, I can't see my chat. So if you could kind of be the chat moderator. And then, so on the bottom, it's got join us Sundays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard, starting May 17th, which is coming up tomorrow. But it's all throughout the summer. And it looks like it's closed captioned, and they will have sign language as well. So there's a link on here, but I will send out the link to everybody after we're done with the class. And Ellen, are you there?
I am. I forgot I was on mute.
Okay. All right. So just let me know if we've got anything in the chat.
I will let you know.
Okay. Thank you. So this is kind of a really cool kind of thing that I think is really exciting. So again, I will make sure that I send that out to everybody. So let's see. I'm going to stop. I'm going to go back and forth on my screen sharing, so bear with me here. New share. One other thing, let's see. Okay. All right, sorry everybody. So this is a flyer, and I'm trying to figure out how to move things around on my little screen here. Nope, I don't want to pause. Moving everything around. Okay. So this, can everybody see this? It's we want to hear from you, and it is our, it's a flyer that we created. So as Kimberly was talking about previously, you know, telling our stories, but then also providing input and feedback is one of the most important things that you guys can do. We are starting the planning process of our new 5-year state plan. And it's been quite interesting because usually we do these through in-person focus groups. We do a combination of surveys, town hall meetings, and things like that. And of course, we cannot do that right now. So we kind of came up with something virtual. This is a Zoom meeting that is going to be happening May 22nd at 2 p.m. And it's sort of a listening session. Hopefully you guys all got the survey for our 5-year state plan. If not, let me know. I will be happy to resend it. But this is sort of a follow-up to that 5-year state plan survey. So basically, this is going to be a couple different things in one. This is for individuals with disabilities, developmental disabilities. And, you know, I know we have a lot of parents on here, and we always think, okay, we have to be the best advocates for our kids. But also remember, we need to let our kids advocate. So, you know, having Jonathan and you know, all the different kids on here as well, and adults, we want to hear from you. Even if you got to start somewhere. So, you know, having Jonathan and Karina at the Transportation Summit, you know, just starting somewhere and then being able to be more comfortable with advocacy and learning. So even just if they don't want to participate, just if you're not even sure how much they'll even get out of it, you never know. But this is specifically for individuals with developmental disabilities, and we want to hear from them. What are they doing during the COVID crisis? What are their concerns? What are the issues that they're facing? And then also how those issues and others can be addressed in our next 5-year state plan. And if, you know, if you're a family member or parent and your child has, you know, communication issues or whatever, you know, you can join, but this Zoom meeting is mostly for individuals with developmental disabilities. You know, on our current survey, one of the things that always is hard is getting input from advocates, and whether that is due to lack of accessibility or lack of knowledge. You know, we always before went to the self-advocacy meetings and we had them, you know, we helped them to fill it out in person. We can't do that now. So the last time I checked on our survey, we had, let's see, I would think probably 80% of the responses were from professionals. The second amount of responses were from parents and family members, and the least amount of responses were from individuals with developmental disabilities. So we want to know, is there another place that we can send it to? Is there somewhere where we can make it, how we can make it more accessible? We want to know. So the flyer has the Zoom meeting information. We are working on closed captioning to be provided. And you also have the ability, if you can't join by Zoom, we have our toll-free teleconference line, because another one of the things that we've been talking about is, you know, the accessibility or the feasibility of accessibility, you know, for individuals with IDD. You know, do they have access to appropriate internet for Zoom meetings? Do they have access to, you know, smartphones and iPads? Do they know how to use them? Things like that. So there's also the ability for them to call in and participate. Our teleconference line is toll-free, and the number is on there. And then I also included in this kind of some helpful tips for Zoom meetings for those of us that are new to them. Also on the flyer, we're going to talk about our 5-year state plan survey. I kind of want to just give you guys a little bit of background. But does anybody, are there any questions or comments about the listening session coming up on the 22nd?
Are you gonna send this out soon?
Am I gonna send what? I'm sorry?
Are you gonna send this out to the email as well?
Yes, yes. I will send it out. We send it out through our self-advocacy listserv, but our email has also been a little bit funky. One other thing I wanted to mention real quick is we know that we have issues access with our state system. Sometimes you guys get emails that have SharePoint on them, and I know they're a pain in the butt. We're working with our IT department, and hopefully the issue will be resolved. So like I said, we're working on it, but I know sometimes things aren't really accessible. So if you cannot access something, please just send me an email, let me know. What I've had to do in the past is I've sent things out from my own personal email so they're not encrypted. But yes, we will be sending all this information out. We also have a Facebook page. If you guys are on Facebook, you know, we send out everything that we do on our Facebook page. We have lots of great information. And I'm going to take you also while we're on it. I can talk fast, so I can probably get through this really quickly.
And also, Carrie, it's on the DD Council website.
That's where I'm going right now. Okay, new share. Okay, hopefully everybody can now see our website. Dora, I know you can see it too. It's in your mind's eye. So basically, all the information that I'm talking about here is available on our website, which is nevadaddcouncil.org. We've got our homepage. We have links to information on the coronavirus. And then also we have our survey for the next 5-year state plan. And so I'm going to take you to two things, because I think while I have this opportunity, I'm going to take you to our coronavirus page. We send out a lot of stuff through the DD Council, but I know also in this time there's been an abundance of information and I don't want to overload people. So sometimes we just post things to our website. But just FYI, this is out there. We have our coronavirus updates and resources, and we continue to update these regularly. We have our in-office contingency plan. We have top websites we think you should be monitoring. We also just created an emergency planning toolkit for people with disabilities. And this is mostly accessible. Dora and some others have given me some input that we need to change. But for the most part, it's an accessible document on not just COVID related issues, but what your rights are during an emergency, what to do if your rights aren't being met, how to stay connected. There's a fillable form, like if you have communication issues, you can fill out the form, and if you have to go to the emergency room, or first responders come crashing through your door for whatever reason, all that information is helpful for them. So you can download that. We have mental health and crisis response information to COVID. We have healthcare rights. We've heard a lot of discrimination on respirators and not being able to have visitors or PCAs in the hospitals with you. So we have all of the healthcare rights information on here. We have other rights during COVID. We have financial information, stimulus checks. We have how to contact your representatives. I will say this, that our Senators Cortez Masto and Rosen, we've been communicating with them on a regular basis. And as I hear back from the disability community on what the issues are, I forward them, and they do take note and listen, and they have been very supportive. And one other note real quick I want to mention on the importance of using, speaking up, using your voice is, I don't know if you guys watched the press releases from the governor, but up until last week, he has never even mentioned individuals with disabilities on his press release, at least not that I've heard. And so with all of our advocacy efforts, and coordination and making sure that those things aren't left out, at least, even though individuals with disabilities are not included necessarily in a plan, at least he mentioned them. So you got to start somewhere. He knows that we're watching. Okay, then we have additional resources for Nevada. So all kinds of information, food assistance, VR, there's Senator Cortez Masto's website, and a lot of this information we've gotten from other DD councils and from advocates. So a lot of them you'll see a simple language, plain language guides, and they were created by other advocates. And then you'll see national, we have national resources, and then we've also got news. So anytime there's anything major that comes out in Nevada that relates to disabilities or just in general, we put those out. And then you'll see, like on here, Cortez, Masto, and Rosen urge House and Senate leadership to address the needs of people with disabilities in the next COVID-19 package. So all of our voices matter. And then we also have national news, so links to all the national news. So just throwing that out there as an extra resource for you guys. And then also on our website is our survey. So when we sent the survey out, and I'll definitely send it out again, we send it out with a link. You can go fill it out online. There's the flyer that I was just reviewing with you guys that says we want to hear from you. And then also I sent out another printable flyer where you can print it out. We put a QR code on there, so if you do print it out and you're handing it out at advocacy group meetings or all the groups that you guys are involved in, if you hand those out, they can scan the QR code. It takes them right to the survey. Or we know that some people also like to write it. If they're working with their PCA, they don't have access to computers. So we've also had it on there, the questions you can print out and then scan and then send back to us, or email it to us, or even mail it to us. So
Carrie, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the QR code, can I share that to my phone so I can just share it to my contacts?
I can send it to you and we can
Perfect.
certainly try it. Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
just now learning about QR codes as well. So I'm making myself a note here. For anybody that doesn't know, we do all of our surveys on SurveyMonkey. And if you've got a subscription to SurveyMonkey, they will generate a QR code for you. Okay, so when I first came and talked to you guys about the council, and we talked about what we do, our 5-year state plan, everything we do is based off of our 5-year state plan. Our current plan ends the end of next year. So if you guys remember, we work on the federal fiscal year, so our year starts October 1st and ends in September 30th. So right now we are in the planning stages of getting ready for our new 5-year state plan. And this is where you guys come into play. This is how we go through the information we get from the survey and the feedback from the listening sessions and the town hall meetings is where we get our 5-year state plan, basically. The federal areas of emphasis in the DD Act require us to have certain items that we go out and look for information on. So we can't just choose anything. But on our survey, let's see, you'll see on the question number 4, there are the items here that the DD Act says that we have to ask and gather input on. So those would be quality assurance, monitoring, improving, or providing education on services to prevent abuse, neglect, discrimination, or interfere with basic human rights. Health, early childhood intervention, which would be children 0 to 3 and their families. Transportation, employment, community supports, which are other services like religious or volunteer activities. And I know you guys mentioned this as well, recreational, social, so activities done for fun, relaxation, exercise, and or with friends. Then there's education, which is school age all the way through college, and housing. So the DD Act tells us that we have to gather input on our 5-year state plan based on those areas of emphasis. But the DD Act also tells us what areas we can choose. We are a relatively small council with 4 staff and not a whole lot of money. There are other councils that get millions of dollars, and so they can choose more. We generally choose 3 or 4 major areas based on the survey results and what we get back and what we hear from you guys. So we'll take the areas that we hear that are our largest concern, and we'll build our goals and objectives off of that. One of the things that I like to remind the council, and I have to remind myself, is that while we would love to be able to address every area, there are different agencies in the DD Act that have different mandates. and then other DD Act programs. And if we all work on the same things a little bit, we're not really going to get anywhere. We need to stick to what our agencies are supposed to do. So a lot of times we're asked, why don't you cover this area or this area or this area? We stick with what we can do and what we can do well. We don't want to spread our resources too thin. And we also don't want to interfere with, the other organizations like the University Centers for Excellence in Disabilities. They have certain mandates. Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center, we're not built to give information on rights. So we want to make sure that we're not impeding in others' areas. One sec, my computer's losing power. Get to plug it in. Okay. So again, when you take a look at our 5-year state plan and what we do and what we work on, we really like to stay focused. One of the unique things that we can do is, number one, 60% of our council is made up of individuals with IDD and their family members. We're the only agency and organization in the DD Act that's mandated. So this is where your voices really take center stage. We have to look at, our funds are not really supposed to be spent on things that are already happening. We are tasked with looking at new and innovative ways of creating services or supports or things like that. And then our job is not to create sustainability programs. Our job is to go in, look at new ways of things, fund projects, see what works, and then find a way to sustain those in the community. There are certain projects that we do always keep going, and that is self-advocacy and education and learning supports for leadership opportunities for individuals with IDD and their families. So you will always see those things in our 5-year state plan. The rest, we go off of what we get. So the next question on our survey are, what are the biggest barriers to getting the things that you chose above? So not only do we take the things that are most important, but we also want to know what's not working. That's where we get the most of our information. And I always tell our grantees this when we're putting out our notice of funds available. What we learn about what's not working is just as important as what we learn about what does work or what we could do better. So these are just some lists. I've listed here some of the things that you can choose, but you can always enter others. And then on the question below, I've asked a little bit more about information about why you chose the barriers above. So, it's interesting because from the survey responses, I've seen a lot of people choose in the areas that are most important to them. I've seen them choose other things other than transportation. But then when you hit to what are the biggest barriers to getting those things that you chose, one of the most common things listed is transportation. So we kind of take all that information and put it down into relatable and identifiable goals that we can create. And then the information on why you chose the barriers above is really helpful to us so we can kind of pinpoint things. The other question is how the council can help advocates become better leaders in their community. So this is more, we are going to continue our leadership training, but I want to hear about what we're doing that works, what we're doing that's not working, how we can help support them. And then any other comments you would like the council to consider when creating our next 5-year state plan. So I know I went through that pretty quickly. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Did I miss anything? Is anything not clear?
Carrie, this is Dora. I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I volunteered with the 211 calling the elderly seniors who are staying home, just to chat with them and see how they're doing. And so I was wondering, and they have no way of, most of these folks live alone. They have no computer. I was wondering, how do we help them do the survey, or their caregivers do, if they don't see their caregivers?
Excellent question, Dora. Thank you. And one that we're specifically struggling with now, because as I said, we used to go out and we used to go into the communities and, print out the surveys and hand them out and, help people fill them out. They can't, if they don't have access to computers or internet, we can always, if you guys are, if there's a way to get them into the hands of the people that need them. The council, we at the council, we can print them out and then we can mail them wherever they need to go. If that's an issue, we're open to whatever we need to do in this day and time. And there's going to always be things that we don't think about that you guys do. So Dora, if there's maybe, you know, ways that we can work with you or anybody else, we'd be happy to print out surveys, and then if they can fill them out and then send them back to us, we can send them in, what do you call it, pre-postage stamped envelopes. So they just have to fill it out and mail it back to us. Any way that we can help, just let us know.
Can you do it over the phone with them, the survey over the phone, or is that not acceptable?
We certainly can if we have the staff capacity. One of the things I have our self-advocacy coordinator working on right now is translating the survey into Spanish so that we'll be able to reach the Hispanic community. But if there are certain people that you would like us to maybe contact over the phone, we are more than happy to do that. We just need to know that they're okay with us calling them and completing the survey. And then I can have our self-advocacy coordinator, or, you know, any of our other staff work on it. We have limited capacity to do that, but that's certainly, if it reaches a more broad agency or group, then we're happy to do that. All right. Any other questions, comments? Everybody on here has filled out the survey, right? Everybody on here who is an advocate has filled out the survey. Everybody who's a parent has filled out the survey and then helped your family member or child to fill out the survey. You know, one of the things as a parent you can do is, you know, if your child's not capable of taking care of the survey or taking the survey on their own, you know, help them out. Rephrase the questions if there's a different way to, you know, ask the questions. Parents are great at that. You know, figuring out what makes sense to the individual. Okay, I know we have 3 things in the chat.
Well, Allison says that it's clear, and she says that she filled it out.
Okay, good to know. All right, I am going to stop sharing this. Close the door. Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing this. Oh, was there another comment in the chat?
I believe that was Santa back when you were showing the crib camp. Santa said, where did it go? Oh, it's a part of our history.
Aha. Yeah, even though it hurts to say that word, it's socially relevant in what the history is. So, okay. Now I am just going to go over quickly homework. Any way that we can help get this survey out to the hands of the people that it really matters, we can't help. We can't do what we need to do if we don't get the feedback and input. So I know there's a ton of surveys out there right now and people get really tired of surveys, but this is where our federal funding goes, the majority of it. Most everything we do is based off of a 5-year state plan. So please, every answer, every survey, every input helps. All right, homework. One sec here.
And Kate said, sounds great, and yes. So I'm guessing she's referring to the survey also.
Okay. And all of you know somebody else as well in your groups, in your families, in your community. Share, share, share. This is for individuals with developmental disabilities. Share, share, share. And share the information about the listening session. Don't forget, if you know, the people that are isolated don't have access to computers, they can always call in, use the toll-free conference call line. That's always available to them as well. Right. Sorry.
And just as an example for filling out the survey, Alyssa has an older sister that does not live with us, but she does understand some of the issues that we have with Alyssa. And I have requested her to fill out the survey because how would this impact her if Alyssa didn't have some of these services.
And then also you're going to help Alyssa to fill it out as well, correct?
Yes, Alyssa will be filling out her own survey, but you know, you have to consider, how does this affect you? How does it affect people trying to help you? How does it affect your family who's trying to help you? So, I mean, you may be relying on your neighbors to do things for you. Ask your neighbors to fill it out too, because some of these issues that we are having with our children or with yourself, who you are a self-advocate, it does absolutely impact your neighbors, because I mean, if they're caring like our neighbors are, they're gonna want to know, what can we do to help you? And by finding out what it is in this survey, they're gonna say, oh, I know if she had this or he had that, this would make their life so much easier. So, you know, just think about those that impact your life, that would like to see you get more benefits and assistance through our 5 years.
Yes, as it relates to developmental disabilities. And we also have a category in there when you're filling it out. You can fill it out as an individual with developmental disability, family member, professional, or other, because there are some, you know, sometimes guardians, or, you know, so there is a section for other in there. Okay, so going to the homework. Don't
And
forget
just
to
so everybody knows, Santa has left, and she said, thank you everyone, stay safe, and goodbye.
Okay. Santa has left the building. So for your homework, again, I'll be sending this out right after the class. You are to review Making Your Case PDF or audio file, which is approximately 1.5 hours. This will prepare you for the June class, which will also help them with their online courses. Watch or listen to the Professor John McKnight Capacity Building Beyond Community Services. There's videos and interview series, and again, I'll be sending out the links. Forward, oh, here we go. Look at this. Forward to the NGCDD 5-year state, forward the NGCDD 5-year state plan survey to 5 people. So this is just on your honor system, but reminding you guys that doing this will help you too. Prepare a brief 5 to 7 sentence write-up about your 2030 vision project. Email this write-up to Catherine by 5/29/20. Everyone must do this. Everyone must also have their one-on-one meetings. She sent you invites. If you cannot attend, you must notify her before the meetings. And let's see, oh, those are instructions for me. So Catherine, you all know Catherine, she's very organized, and so she gave me instructions for this. So I really appreciate that. I know she missed you guys. She wished she could have been here, but she will be at the next one, and you'll be able to get back on schedule with her. And I just want to thank everybody for your Saturday. We're pretty much done. Are there any other questions or comments right now?
Thank you, Carrie and Ellen and everybody. Have a great Saturday.
Wonderful. You too, Dora.
Yes, you too, Dora.
Okay, I appreciate everybody. Also, if you guys ever want a quick note, if you guys ever want to participate or just listen on one of our committee meetings, that information is all up on our website as well. So always a good idea, if you want to know what we do, listen to this community meetings. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Have a great Saturday and stay safe.
Thank you.